God, guys, ready for some deep and engrossing stories? I came from the wrong place. What the hell happened to Sino? Why was he gone for 4 days? Just a over-the-top masturbation session, maybe? Rubbing his clit? You think he has a knot? God, why am I talking? Dog. Why do people like these characters? I think the kind question is, well, there's so little I do like about this game. What the hell am I playing it? I talk way too much shit about this. I've talked about the things I do like, though. As limited as they are. There's like some interesting themes and shit, even though there's... I wonder if... Should I just read the manga? Does it have a manga? Whatever the original story is about. Find out if they actually use the themes. Because they seem bastardized here. It's like, I like the idea of Sumeru City being a giant hive mind and what the possibilities of that both positive and negative could be, but fucking Rick and Morty exploited the idea in this fucking game. Ay, ay, ay. Well, here we go.
We meet again. Thank you so much for all your help.
No problem.
Nabil, what are you doing here?
Standing.
Convicts from the desert are being escorted through Caravan Ribad, so I'm here to keep an eye on things. This should be the last group of them, so I'll be heading back to the academia once they're cleared.
What's the situation? What's happened these last few days?
The last few days have been quite the ride, but fortunately, I can say with confidence that this case is finally coming to an end.
Oh, yippee-ki-yay.
At first, the mercenary groups on the list were putting up quite a fight. They made several desperate attempts to cover up the truth. However, word is that someone crossed the desert and took out their main camp overnight.
Fuck's sake. And he didn't even break a sweat as a one-man army.
Put pressure on the higher-ups within the academia. Everyone was on edge, and the case came to a standstill.
And then what happened?
No,
well,
that's it.
Then we received word that Taj Radkani had sacrificed himself on the case. The news really stirred up the members of our ranks. The Matra then moved together against the enemy. We cleared out the traitors from within the academia and arrested all the researchers on the list. Some of them managed to get out of the academia, but still failed to escape. The scattered criminals were captured all across Sumeru by the mysterious person who had defeated the mercenary groups.
Okay, I guess Sino was pretty busy these last few days.
I even heard that someone was about to escape to Fontaine, but was still apprehended just at the border. Having more than 300 prisoners apprehended for interrogation has definitely shaken things up recently.
I wonder if they're gonna improve the engine for GenChin Impact. Because I like the design of a lot of things, but they could still improve the actual graphical fidelity. And I think I'd appreciate the game more, considering I like the exploration aspect. Being able to crest a hill and see what's in the distance and actually have it be an impressive sight, it kind of would improve the experience for me, even though I'm usually not a graphics or...
So that's the end of it. Catching everyone on the list means no more smuggling canned knowledge and no more victims.
Sure.
It was a lot of work, but Paimon thinks we accomplished something big.
Again, I'm pretty sure Sino was the one who did the work. Jesus Christ, your nose is... What is wrong with your face, Paimon?
That's right. Thanks again for your assistance. As for the mysterious person who hit the mercenary camp, that must be Sino, right? He's the only one I can think of who could accomplish such a feat.
I mean, when everybody else is incompetent by comparison, it pretty much has to be.
Speaking of which, have you been in touch with Sino these days? I think I just saw him when I was on watch nearby. He was walking with someone I didn't recognize, and then before I knew it, they were nowhere to be seen. If you happen to see him, please send my regards.
Sure thing, Nabil. You be careful too. Don't let any of those bad guys escape.
Don't worry about me. If anything happens, you can find me at the Academia anytime.
Don't hold your breath. Or should I? Actually bother visiting him? Nah. Ah,
Trying
shit.
to single-handedly bring 300 people to justice must feel pretty exhilarating. But I can assure you this is certainly not the best solution.
Who are you to talk?
I'm aware. However, I learned something unexpected during interrogation. Apparently, someone had enticed Murtada Radkani into becoming interested in researching the Court of Desolation. Murtada had lived in his father's shadow all his life. Naturally, he wanted to conduct research that would seem groundbreaking and significant. After Murtada died, the organization tried to use Taj's shame regarding his son to add him to their ranks.
Were they successful?
Toying with others' minds, treating lives like dirt, and doing anything for their own interests. This makes me angry.
Fine, I understand. This is a type of trap I've been working on which uses plants. Here, take some just in case you need them next time.
I think I need to change the audio balance so the voices are higher. The music's too loud.
The trap will grow rapidly and disperse a pollen that has a paralyzing effect. I don't have much use for the traps these days, but maybe you will and can help me collect more testing data.
Sino! Tainari! Oh, so Tainari must be who Nabil saw earlier. Are you also here to see Sino?
That's right.
But
Sino
why?
asked me to collect some medicinal herbs to treat a girl named Simin. I also
Oh,
dropped
yeah.
by just to check for any injuries. He seems to be fine physically, but he looks a little more lonely than I remember.
How does he look more lonely?
And Sino, relax. You don't always have to look so serious, you know? Why don't you play more Genius Invocation TCG? Kale has always been a little wary of you, and your stern expression certainly isn't helping.
How is Kale these days?
She's grown a bit taller, but her grades could use some improvement. She still made many mistakes on her last test, even after I had marked all the important content in the book for her. Her condition seems to be improving lately, so I plan on having her go outside more. It just so happens that I have something she can help me with.
Huh? You mean Kale is leaving Avidia Forest? What happened?
I've asked her to host some ad hoc lectures to teach the dangers of canned knowledge, as well as how to use it safely.
What does ad hoc mean again?
Although
Yeah,
we've
whatever.
apprehended all the criminals
Impromptu?
behind the recent
Improvised?
smuggling case, there are many people who are still curious and seek after canned knowledge. So I decided to ask her to work on increasing knowledge and awareness on the topic. Please be sure to keep an eye on her.
I will.
Good thing, boss.
If anything else happens, the three of you can find me in the Avidia Forest. Take care.
Should I go looking for him again? Oh, he's probably by the place. I don't remember the name. You know, the
I've already
little
caught
settlement.
those who were preparing to attack you in secret.
What do you mean?
Even if some criminals did slip through our fingers, they wouldn't know that you were involved in the case. So you can relax.
Oh, thank God you're not doxing me.
What about you, Sino?
Yeah, what about you, Sino?
It's still not time for me to rest yet. Those who died have fulfilled their wishes, but those who are alive must continue pressing forward.
Nah, you can give up and die if you want to.
I've been thinking about what Taj said in the Court of Desolation these last few days. His words were not empty. People do change. and no belief can completely resist the erosion of time.
Why not?
I just hope my own change will come slowly, so that I can press on a little further. That way, those who see me as their superior, and those who are following in my footsteps, will learn courage from my example.
This is probably supposed to be meaningful. It doesn't register that
Just
way.
as I gained courage from my own superiors, and my partner.
Sounds like a lot of work. Hope it will make you happy, Sino.
I'll be fine. I'm also enjoying my chat with you right now, you know?
Tell your face.
There are many things I feel better about once I start to talk about them. Many people want to go to the desert to offer condolences for Taj. But I didn't share details with anyone. I'd prefer to avoid revealing the location of the Court of Desolation.
Yeah, condolences for Mr. Mahal.
One day, I'll gather some flowers that grow in arid desert conditions. And then, I was hoping you'd join me in planting them on the remains of the Court of Desolation.
Sure, see you in another 4 days. Does that actually continue? No? Is there gonna be a follow-up? That would make sense for this. Wait, what did I just... General Mahamatma... Oh, Jesus. Where the hell would I find this? How are things sorted? This is like absolute nonsense to me. Do they have a souvenir tab in the teapot? Because I feel like it would be helpful if they left all the uniques in one place. Okay, I give up. I was kind of hoping they gave you a what do you call them? Sleeping bag? Is that's what it looked like? A rolled up sleeping bag? Just to flex on enemies, middle of combat, lie down. You could do that in Elden Ring and that was better for it. Alright, well, back to the other ones. If I'm lucky, I'll have both my friends in here to carry all the conversation. I have good memories of us having deep conversations, and I'm hoping we can have some more of those. Man, why do they all live underground? Did I see any daylight? Who am I talking to? All of them at the same time. Okay. Everyone gathers together after hearing Nilo's
Trying
thoughts.
to best the academia in a debate is attempting the impossible.
Oh yeah, this shit.
If you really want to try, I won't stop you. It's not like our situation can get any worse.
Then you got nothing to lose.
I don't think it's entirely hopeless. To Sharif, Nilu's approach will come off as naive, but that kind of frankness is exactly what they lack the most.
Ooh.
Things might turn out differently from what you expect.
I am in favor of such a romantic feat. No playwright will turn down a compelling underdog story.
Indeed.
Sure, in fiction, but I'm not sure how well that will translate to reality.
They probably get fed up immediately.
I'm not saying that I don't support you, Nilu. If you need my help, just say the word. Anything is better than just standing aside and watching the theater get demolished.
What? But imagine the explosions. Look at the bright side.
I'm also pitching in.
Let's show the Academia that we have some fight in us.
Why?
Thank you, everyone. I feel a lot less nervous with your support.
Not to rain on your parade, but my father is a real hard guy to deal with.
Good thing we got a soft girl.
He's erudite, meticulous, demanding, and exceedingly familiar with rigorous logic. It'll be extremely difficult to beat him in a debate.
You see, this is bullshit. Because when you look at what convinces people in the real world, it's rarely logic, being well spoken, and all that shit. You just have to find what gets them emotional and make an appeal to that. So, like, unless it's a technically judged debate with people who understand these things, it's not gonna have the impact that you expect it to.
You all already knew that. But you just didn't want to hurt Nilu's feelings.
No.
When all's said and done, aren't you hurting her just the same?
What? What are you accusing me of?
That's enough, Inaya.
Sorry, I've ruined the mood. I just can't force myself to expect a positive outcome. Nilu shouldn't have to push herself for the sake of an impossible goal.
There is nothing in this world that is impossible.
No, there's that naivety that we're talking about.
Success comes from hard work.
Yeah, it's way too early to give up.
Nah, some people get handed a lot.
You're right, Inaya. We're up against the Academia. Everyone knows that they're very powerful. Being skeptical might actually be the more normal response. But I still want to try. I'm reluctant to just let Zubair Theater go.
As you should
But
be.
it's not just me. I think everyone else here feels the same way. If we're unhappy, we should speak up and let our voices be heard.
You just want to whine.
Say what's on your mind, and do what you
Let the
think should
theater
be
get blown
done.
up. What's the problem? What's
If
the worst that
we
can
fail after
happen?
that, then at least we won't have any regrets. I mean, after all, the only thing we can control right now is our choice at this very moment.
I understand what you're trying to say. I also have my own intense feelings of anger and regret.
Then,
What?
could I trouble you to tell your father about our plan for a debate? You can still get in touch with your family, right?
Yes, I can.
Then, please help
And
us
I
pass on my
won't.
request. I've never participated in a debate, and truth be told, I'm still not really confident in myself. But since we've decided on a debate, I'll do my best to prepare for it. I'll gather everyone's thoughts and let them be known to all during the debate.
Who the fuck, when they started a quest about a theatric dancer, did they expect to end up in a goddamn debate?
I, by myself,
How
definitely
does-
don't have enough wisdom to beat your father.
Interesting
But
narrative
what
themes.
about the entire theater combined? Then we should have a chance, right?
Is that legal?
Right.
That's right, Miss Nilu.
I'm not sure you can sign them all up.
Guy, justice will prevail.
Make him eat dirt.
It's Jesus Christ, this hype man.
You two. We aren't getting into a fight.
Sure you are, you're just using words.
Thank you for your encouraging words. I'll do my best. Well said back there, Nilu. I felt that I might have said a bit too much. Anyway, we better start preparing now. First, let's see what everyone thinks about the situation. Alright, time to pull everyone's thoughts.
No one is
It's
allowed
first.
to bully Miss Nilu.
Except me.
Watch out, Mr. Bad Guy! Pow! Bam!
I mean, she knows how to fight.
Mr. Zubair, we're trying to put together a list of arguments that might be useful. Any ideas?
It won't be difficult to explain our position. They're in the wrong, and they know it. I have meticulously managed this theater's affairs for years, and I have abided by every procedure and obtained every permit. I did all of that to protect ourselves if something like this were to occur. I didn't expect them to disregard the rules altogether.
Who this?
Who this?
Careful. I'm streaming, and I'm streaming this shit to you, and once again, I'm in the theater debate adventure experience.
What?
Oh, you'll know it when you see it.
Disgusting.
Yes, I know. But anyone who's staying at the theater is one of us.
GenChin Impact.
If I can't even protect the members of the theater from outside pressure, then I have failed in my duty as a manager. In summary,
been in
you
Blender.
need sufficient confidence and strict adherence to the rules.
What did you say?
For now, they don't
been
have
in
the
Blender.
authority to demolish the theater.
What kind of loser uses Blender? It's all about paid options.
This guy.
Wow. How long have you been in there?
Like 2 hours.
That's well blended.
Just, like I'm trying to. I've kind of. It's like figuring out how I can get the like rig stuff I want. Like I want to. It's like figuring out how I want it to work and get it to work like that. So I've kind of got it a bit. And like I'm doing like a test, like an arm, like a limb, just to see if I can make it do what I want.
I've seen many situations like this before.
But it's kind of a bit.
Likes to get its nose into everyone's business.
What, you're doing test poses to see if it...
I'm doing test, like, it's more like test rigging setup to make sure, like, the logic of the... I could show you, but it's like hard to explain.
Go ahead.
Prepare for the debate. I will also prepare the theater for the potential aftermath. It's best to prepare for the worst outcome. Once you're done chatting, do me a favor and tell our customers that we're canceling all of our shows.
Tired of this stuff.
Okay, so what are you planning on doing with that? That's a lot of dummies.
Do we really have
So you see this, right?
Right now, no one's in the right frame of mind to perform.
So
let me just get out of this cutscene as soon as possible.
And our
Yeah.
customers.
It's easy to talk to them.
This is the only way.
Let me actually bring this over,
Nilu,
actually. I feel like it's like
you
clearer
are
for you to see it.
incredible. With your talent and youth, you had the least to lose out of all of us. And yet you were still the first to take a stand.
I've never thought about leaving your theater, Mr. Zubair. I truly love this place, and I want to keep dancing here. I also want to keep dancing with everyone else.
Isaac, how come you haven't joined a dancing theater troupe?
More like her. Do your best.
I'm a noob.
We'll do all that we can.
Filthy noob.
Leave the rest to fate.
But you love dancing. You just love it.
My teacher. She was an excellent dancer, but she's retired now. If we have time later, I'd be happy to tell you more about her.
You still in the cutscene?
Not just out of it. I'm seeing you moving shit around. Don't know what you're trying to achieve.
I'm just trying to. So it's like when I'm trying to explain things later, it's like you can see the parallels of what I'm trying to do.
Okay. How much more do you need doing?
No, it's just trying to make it so it's the similar size. Okay, so like imagine.
Paimon coming in?
Like, so the red block is like the upper arm, right? And the green block is the lower arm, okay? So the logic is like, let me go in pose mode. So I can like rotate, just ignore the rotational position or whatever.
Seems like the hierarchy is in the wrong direction.
Yeah, it's just upside down. Like, well, I can just do this.
I mean, if we're trying to make a one-to-one comparison, then. Okay. Rotating that one instead, okay.
Just easier because I don't know if I'll fuck up the rig or whatever. So like suppose. So I can like rotate it, right?
Yeah.
As you do. And so like you know the idea I said about moving these, like I can scale the limb, so I can like adjust the forearm so it's like more detailed or more, like
Yes,
different
Isaac,
shapes.
because I came up to that. I'm the genius.
No.
I did all the work. I did all the thinking.
Let's see your work then. Okay, prove it. Okay.
I did all the thinking. I didn't.
Sure, that's what they all say.
I don't blend. What kind of loser blends?
So, okay. So like, you can do that. Like, so that kind of works how I want it in a sense. Like, I can morph the mesh and still like move it around, right?
Sure.
But what ideally I'd want to do is like say this one at the top. Like it moves. It's the mesh is like weighted to this bone, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I want like this top point to like move down when I like move this down, right?
You want the bone to move as well. Yeah.
Yeah, because the idea is like I want it to be like say you want to make the forearm shorter. It's like it's just little things of like so I want like this bone to be like the control point, right? So I can do all this with it, and then I like move it down, and it doesn't just move the mesh; it like moves the bone as well.
Yeah.
But then it's like parenting, like
the ball point, basically.
If I make this bone, right? If I make this the parent, right? So like the bone under this bone follows this bone.
Yeah, that creates weird hierarchy shit.
Yeah, so it's like it's doing what I want because it's like moving the mesh, right? But I wanted to move the bone.
But you should be able to link them without actually parenting them. I've done shit like that before. But you basically need to set up like a custom script in order for it to inherit the like positional data without inheriting anything else. Or along an axis, I guess, is also possible. I mean, I programmed shit like that in Unity. And I know it's possible to do.
Because like this, so this is like especially you can scale it on the z-axis, right? Which is the same as like moving it up and down, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of, I think what you can do is you can.
It's just that you should have some sort of access to a local axis so that it doesn't misread the movement, and it doesn't start like following it in directions that you don't want.
Because there's a thing I saw someone do it. In one of the tutorials I'm watching now. It's like you can constrain. What is it like? You can be like constrain scale to. You can constrain all the like different things to different things. So like rotation matches, like rotate this object and it affects the scale of this other object. Like all these kind of different mismatching transform properties.
Yeah, I don't know how open your engine is. Like it's easy to do in Unity, but in some places you need to figure out how the code interacts. It's not like just uploading a script. And Unity is also really easy because of how you can just like drag and drop it onto an object and then it starts applying the logic. I'm not sure what sort of options you have in this one.
And also, like, the issue, another thing is, like, you see this, like, middle point? Like, where the bones meet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know... Oh, I've done too many changes now. Shit.
¿Qué pasa?
Like... if I did it right. That's right. Still set
What's
up.
happening?
Nah, it's alright. I just kind of didn't really save it at like a good point. Like this is all like messed up, so it doesn't really. It's just a test anyway. It doesn't matter.
I thought you were about to say like a good boy.
That's fine. So this middle point, right? Like.
Sorry, give me a second. I'm trying to. Where am I in life? Oh, there. No. What the fuck? Oh, there it is. Sorry.
You see
What did
the
you
middle
want me to look
point,
at? Yeah.
like where the bones join, right?
Yeah.
It's like
the joint itself.
I want the same logic of like I move it up and down. Like I can kind of freely. Well, like I need like you see how this bone, right? I can scale it and it gets like bigger like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted the same, like in the middle of the joint. So like you could have an arm where it's like tiny here, and then like the joint is massive, for example. You know. So I want the same functionality of like scaling the joint. But then what happens if you like scale the bone?
I mean,
it's like so it does
we
it
talked
here,
about this.
but like,
That's why I wouldn't even use bones in the first place. Like all these bones are. I don't think they have inherent functionality that you actually want or need. These are just like visual representations. All they really are, they're basically the same as dummy objects, except they're not invisible.
mm-hmm.
Or well, they're invisible in certain layers. But if you just use like any other object, you can have the joint itself be like independent, and then the bone that goes along it just as a visual representation, and then you can like lock the limb part so that you can't interact with it, and you just use the joints, and it basically functions the same as a bone. And that might be better for you than trying to jerry-rig whatever the hell you're already using.
Yeah, but then it's.
Did you? But I can't. Like we had this conversation so long ago that I can't even remember why you wanted to use bones in the first place. If you reach some conclusion I'm not aware of.
But it's like all the animation tools use bones.
Do you need those tools? Do you know how they apply? But like you're not even using like you're making your own rig. Do the animation tools even apply to that? Just because you're using bones? I'm not really sure like what sort of tools.
It's more like copy pasting bone positions, like what do you call it? Curves and stuff, and like
curves.
Like when you're like interpolating between frames, and it's like all the animation setups they have, like everything they use for animation, like copy pasting poses and like symmetry, and like so you're trying to copy a pose to be symmetrical, like you've done it, the character's facing like jumping left, but you want it to they're jumping right. It's like you can just copy paste a pose because it's using bones.
And you?
Yeah, so it's like you can like inverse and flip.
I mean, doesn't that use a tag system? Like you can probably tag your elements as bones and then use the same inheritance, and it probably as long as you match naming conventions too. Probably, I think you can basically have the best of both worlds. It's just that there's a little bit extra work.
You can't really. You can't.
Can't you?
You can't have a bone outside of an armature.
Let's light it up.
So it's like when you're. If I like have no bones and everything's like dummy objects, right? It's like you can't. Or it's like I don't know what. Like all I know is that everything for animation is designed around using bones. right? And so,
basically true, yeah.
so it's like,
it's just that
if I,
again, what qualifies as bones is basically what I disagree with.
but then you can't really like turn something into a bone.
Can't you?
You basically have to like give a bone a different shape. So it's like it's a bone, and then
Illusion shattered.
you can alter its
Let's light it up.
appearance.
Mm-hmm.
So like, you know, when people have all these like control point, like all these like, you know, control points, and like there's not, you don't see all the bones, you see these like handles and little buttons and stuff to move them around.
Sure.
It's like, it's to some degree there's like, it's always kind of using bones, but they just look visually different, but they're still like a bone that's a part of a hierarchy. So it's like,
this almost relates to some of the topics that I thought we could talk about, which is like, how do you explore a thought and an idea? Like, how do you even define bone in this case? Like, what are the parameters of what qualifies as a bone, and can you actually not recreate that? Do you understand the systems in place that disqualify other elements for the tools that you're telling me that you want?
but well, the main thing is having the animation tools, like posing.
Yeah, but do you understand how the system works so that you can say with certainty that you can't mimic a bone?
Well, so look, if you look at this, right? So like this is this is an arm, right? So
I mean, okay. I can also phrase it another way. Do you alternatively know with certainty that you can't manipulate those joints so you can get what you need out of them? Because you need one or the other. Like, you need an answer to one or the other to move forward with this shit.
yeah,
Because if you can't do one, then you have to do the other.
yeah, I know, but that's so I don't know. So this one, right? Well, as I was like working through it, it's like, okay, I want this joint point, right?
Ah, the joint points.
I want it so that, like, these two parts where the upper arm and lower arm join, right? I can scale them the same way that I'm scaling this, right? And like move it, like alter its position a bit and sort of budge it around.
Shit, I'm remembering something, but I think I'll derail you if I do that.
Well, that's just like, that's what I'm trying to get. And I had a bone before. So if I add another bone. So if I added this other bone. I've added too many bones. So, say I want this bone now, right? This bone, I want it to do the same as the others, right? So, what I can do is just...
You can technically link that one to the joint so that all you can do with it is scale it, and then it feels like it's attached to the joint.
Gold bone 2.
Like, lock the transform to the joint position. Wait, do you actually have access to that? Yeah,
so this is just scaling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you can do that. So, but then where I've done the other...
Then you get the inverse. You're basically doing the inverse, but I think that's technically still something you'd want.
But then it's like scaling of what? Scaling of... Because what I've done now is like these points here, these like vertexes on the mesh.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
I've assigned that to that. So like when I move...
Where are those who share the memory?
So when I move this, you see it, it does what I want. And so...
So you do want to move it around?
Well, I want to be able to scale it, but then
Yeah.
the moving is kind of.
That didn't really answer my question. It's a yes or no question. Do you only want to scale it, or do you want to be able to move it around?
I don't know, because.
Okay.
The
That's
moving
part of
it
the problem,
might not be necessary
Yeah.
if I can move either end, right? It's like you don't need to move the middle. You know what I mean?
I might get distracted now. Just FYI. Ah, fuck, there we go, boss fight.
Stabilize.
So it's like if I can move at either end, I don't need to move in the middle because it's the same thing. It's like the top and the bottom. It's just, yeah, it's the same thing, right? So, but then when I link, so if I link this bone to this one. So then now if I pose. Yeah, so this is kind of what I want. It's like the scaling and I can move it. So it's like this is basically what I want, and it's like.
But only slightly.
But the main issue I'm having is like more about.
Because then you just make that a child object of the joint itself, and you're pretty much good.
Yeah, well, because there has to be like a. Say that again? Make this a child of this.
Yeah, well, no, the other bone, because the other bone's anchor point is at the joint. The upper bone.
This one?
No. The red bone.
It's not a bone, it's a mesh.
Yeah, but I mean the bone in the... Yeah, because the anchor point is at that joint that you're talking about, so that's what you actually want to anchor it, or parent it to.
You mean parent what to what?
The anchor point of that bone is in the joint, so therefore you want to parent the joint size manipulator to that one. Because it's not the ball joint itself you're after, it's the bone transform and position and rotation location. Yes? No?
So like...
Maybe.
So set this one. This is the parent.
Sorry, like I'm swapping back and forth between the screens now.
Maybe stop swapping. So like, well, this one is that parent, you mean?
Yeah,
like that?
There you go. Because now if you rotate it like along the other axes, yeah, it actually follows that point, which is what you want, because it's technically sticking to the joint location, yeah.
Yeah.
So even though it doesn't highlight the joint, it follows the logic more accurately.
Yeah, because then the only thing I need to do now is it's about limiting, like, so you see like this, like these bones, right? It's like you don't want them to be able to move like infinitely. You want it like constrained to a certain range, right? Like,
well,
so like say like this, because then what you're doing, if you want to make the arm, say you want to make the arm 3 times the size, you don't just do it here. It's like you do it at the root, right? You might do like that first.
You need to figure out some basic coding for this shit, because I'm pretty sure you can very easily put up a parameter in the panel to the right for that shit, and it's just like size locking it. Like these numbers aren't allowed to move past this. That should be incredibly easy to do.
Yeah, you can do that. It's just remembering how to do it. Like finding where the fucking option is.
Yeah.
But then it's...
That's probably like basically a 10-minute tutorial, and then it's just like to figure out what you have access to, and then you just figure out what you have access to and solve it yourself. Or it might be overly optimistic.
But then the thing is, so...
previous experience. Yeah. What?
No, I'm just thinking like... I'm also thinking about how the user is going to use the rig, right? So, say I want to move... Say I want to like...
Go on.
So like when I move this, it moves the mesh, right? It doesn't move the actual bone point.
Yeah.
You see where the joint is? So it's like...
You want to be able to do both?
Well, I want it to be straightforward. But I think that's more just an issue of...
That would probably streamline your process if you could do that, yes, but it could also result in accidental movements.
Well, I think what I want, I think, more is... Because when you do this... so if I do this, right, I'm scaling it like crazy, right? It's going like, whoa, massive. But say I just want it to scale up. It's like scale on the z-axis. So what I'm thinking, it's more that
Give me a moment to compose my...
What I need to do is almost like make some kind of like thing that like lets...
Dave, sir?
It's like I need something almost like a... What do you call it? A fucking
Isaac's explaining his adventures in Blender.
What do you call it? It's like a fucking... I'll have to bloody make it. Like, it's like a slider, that's what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
So it's
slider
like...
for what, though?
The length...
For the skate. Oh, yeah. No, yeah, that's fairly...
Yeah. Because, like, say I want it... Because I want it to be able, like, just scale on the z-axis to, like, increase the length of the different
that's
bones,
basically what the rescaling is. It's axis-based slider.
So then it's... Yeah, but then it's... I need to look up the... Because what you'd want almost is you have a...
Would you prefer having it on the UI? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, so like say you have something like this, like...
Or the HUD, I guess? Is that a better explanation? Technically, everything you're looking at this HUD is...
Like imagine if you had like this. Like...
Think you can get away?
So like next to each arm you have almost like a thing like this, right?
Time to go. Gotcha.
What's happening?
No, I'm showing you. So imagine like next to each arm, right? You have like a thing like this, like a little thing, and as you move it up, the arm gets longer or shorter, right?
Okay.
So it's more like making it easy and manageable for someone using it to like quickly... I don't know what I did there. Oh my god. What the hell have I done?
Let's play.
Story of my life. What is happening?
I have no idea. Yeah, so it's like you have almost like next on the UI, or like where you have these...
Did you become a green coat?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Or green capes, what the hell were they called?
Yeah.
Are you playing the true queen?
So it's like next to each main like bone,
Yes.
or like limb, you have a slider for adjusting length, but then also you kind of want... Because I want them to be able to increase the whole size, not just the length as well. So it's like some kind of sliders like this, maybe, where you have...
You just don't want to use the scaling tool?
Yeah, well, kind of, because what you don't want to do is you don't want to be like finicky, like touching all like each individual bone and like having to like click through the meshes and everything. Like you want to make it speedy and also like visually understandable. And also if people that have never done proper rigging and so like just making it easier for the end user, right? It's not like I have to click each bone and then be like scale z-axis like it just makes things easier.
Quietly now. Here we go.
According to you.
So it's... But then also you're adding a constraint as well, so you're stopping any issues of like scaling it in the wrong direction or rotating it too far and all this kind of stuff. So...
Isn't the reason you want to do that because trying to rescale it also rescales the elements in the children? Or what?
Yeah.
What is the reason you want? Okay.
Well, it's more about
again,
it's like visually nice UI and like easy to use like UI, basically.
Because I was just trying to remember if that was a property of just hierarchies themselves, are actually a property of the bones, because I can imagine both. Hey Dave, I feel like you should have something to contribute here, considering you probably worked with more rigs than I have.
I haven't worked with too many stretchy rigs.
Because it's almost a rig, but it's also like a freeform like model editor almost.
Oh yeah, wait. I guess rigs in games basically are way more standardized because it becomes taxing on the engine if you make it too complicated anyway.
Or like what you have like the complex rig in something like Blender, and then when you import it into the game, it's like there's no. It's like you kind of have fixed skeleton in the game. It's like it can't read all these extra tools and stuff.
Yeah,
so you have
like,
to like.
You wouldn't. It doesn't even like you probably make the animations in Blender. Like you wouldn't import all the dummies and all that shit. That would make sense. So you would have a baked parameters.
But then this
unless
is
you want people to be able to animate within the game engine, at which point where I don't even know.
Some engines do. Like Unreal kind of has that, but it's a bit. Yeah, it's not very. Last time I saw it, it wasn't that great. But like, so if you look at this crosshair, right?
Yes.
The idea
That's how
would
you
be,
describe it.
Right, so like, say I go up, it's like the length of the arm goes up, right?
Sure.
And like the arm gets, but then if I go like left and right, it's like it scales it.
So you basically have a 2D axis that you're moving across.
Yeah. So like
a grid.
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
So it's like these points. They kind of you do this and it moves up the length, and then when you want to move it, like when you want to do the width, you kind of do this.
Oh.
And it's like.
Oh, like it can like dragged along. Okay.
Yeah, that, like visually, I'm just trying to explain it. So it's like some kind of system like that where it's like each
but you want
limb.
the visual element to actually be dragged along the other axis, isn't that what you're
It doesn't
describing?
have to be, but it's maybe because the potential of this rig is it's like I want it to be. It's like really, really fast to like resize, change
One man's stone
visually, like very quickly and simply, just sort of change the body completely to something different. But also, like other people could use it without knowing Blender that well. It's like.
I mean, making things intuitive is helpful on several levels. Like because then you're less likely to be confused later on, which is always a possibility if it's unintuitive, even if you're supposed to have learned it.
And there's funny, like, so when you're in pose mode, you can actually like move all the bones around, right? But then it doesn't let you do certain things. Like, it's not the same as like edit mode where you can like sort of do stuff like this, right? And like move all the do all the bone changes and all this kind of whatever you want with it. So like if you basically want to restrict people from having to go to any other mode other than pose mode.
Yeah, and I remember having issues with that because I got confused about how to go between the modes and why you'd use one over the other in what instances, even though it should be fairly obvious. I just managed to confuse myself constantly.
But then, like, in pose mode, you can only interact with bones. So I can't click any of these other objects, right? I can't click dummy objects.
Sure.
So it's like constantly having to jump between, like, going from pose mode to object mode to then like use a dummy object slider and things. So like you want all of it in bones, basically.
Okay.
So it's, but then well, that's how what you do is you can turn bones, their shape and how they look, into any object you want. So it's like.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that there's a tag system here, so all the diegetic UI elements that you're describing should technically be able to be put into the bones hierarchy. You can just like force code it in there by putting the label on them.
Well, no, because like say, so I'm in pose mode now, right? Oh no, where is it? Pose mode. Like these red and green cubes are like in the armature. They're like in the hierarchy of the armature, but like you can't select them.
That's not okay. We're talking about. I'm using the same word, but we're talking about two different things.
Okay.
There's like I think it's still called a hierarchy when you basically have a list of object types, and you tag objects with different tags in order to put them in those lists so that they can be identified for the purposes of shit like this. Where if you just like are able to label them as bones, they will be accepted within the hierarchy and therefore have the same sort of interaction and coding application when you enter pose mode, so they'll still appear there along with them, or they should.
I don't think it has like
when you might have to access this via some unintuitive means, or you straight up have to be able to code it or like have a custom interface where you're able to apply the tags.
So you can have like viewport display, you can like custom, so you can make a bone look like anything you want, but it's like, I don't know. Because all it will do is it'll just give a bone a different visual appearance. You can't like as soon as you convert this box into a bone, the vertexes like don't exist anymore. It's just like a box. It's just a bone now.
Wait, say that again?
So you can make a bone look like anything you want, but it doesn't become that. It's like the bone is just, it's like 2 points basically. It's like a start and an end. So like you can't just turn anything into a bone.
But I want to.
Yeah, but you can't. Like you can make a bone look like this circle, right? But then it's like it's just a bone. It's just there's a bone still there underneath. You just in the viewport, you're seeing it like this. It's like you can't really do much else. The bones are just like a start and an end. I don't know if you can have a single point bone. I think you can, maybe, but not sure. I don't know if you can do that. Because usually you have a chain of bones, so you have to have it like.
Yeah, but I talked about this. Like, all the visual aspects aren't actually what you need the bones for. It's the positional and rotational and scale data. That's what you actually use for them. So technically, it should be absolutely possible to just have a point. It's just that it's unproductive if you can't find it again. So giving it a visual indicator helps.
But then
I don't know why it would.
I don't know if you can have single point bones.
Weren't you like using a circle and shit?
I don't know if the circle still has like.
That's just a glorified point. Is my point.
Well, like say you click on like one bone, right? It's like, so like this bone, it has like, or like when I rotate it, right, or move it, it's always moving around this like origin point, right? It's like moving around this base point. So you could say that this is like the base point, and then like this one, it's a single point, but visually it's because it's like connecting to something else. But then I don't really. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'll have to look into it more. I don't know. It's just a bit confusing. I've got some kind of functionality I want. It's just here. This is what I was saying before. Like, see.
You're telling me that you can use like that circle, for example, as a bone.
Yeah.
How and why can't you use other 3D geometry as bones then?
Yeah.
I thought you said
use
that
anything as a bone.
Okay.
You can use it makes the visual
Okay, but when you say that, you just mean that you can't use the tools that you wanted to use before. Is that what you're saying? Is that the difference, or what?
Well, it's like
because that
like,
was the primary reason you wanted to use the bones earlier, right?
Well, so for example, if I see these meshes, right? Like this mesh, okay? Where I wanted to be able to quickly like color all these different parts in like different colors. If these were bones, you can't really color them, and like they don't show up in certain viewports, and like bones get hidden when you like hide certain things, and but bones don't render and stuff like that, right? So if you just had a rig that was all bones, you'd never be able to render it. So you have to have like a mesh, like a visual mesh to like render. So there's all kind of like little issues with like trying. So that's why I'm basically trying to make it so that it's because if I wanted, because the whole point is like these rigs is they're like simplified characters, and they're really easy to like change and like alter and recolor and resize and but say like this one, the material on this, it's like it's long-winded to like color the two different pieces in different colors now because they're joined together, right? Like it's hard. I don't know. It's just annoying. Like you can change the material, right? You can just add whatever material, like make it all blue. But like if I want to make the top half red and the bottom half blue, it's like I don't. It's annoying because you have to like pick the faces or some shit, and it's just annoying. Like, but this one, you can like pick two objects and then you link materials. All right, and then now you can change it to red. And then like say you want this bottom one to be red now, you just do like keep pressing the wrong one, like link materials, and they're both blue, or like so it's that one and that one link. So you can very quickly alter the different pieces of the mesh to like get good visuals. But if you have it all as one singular mesh, you can't. Like, say you want a character with like black trousers and a red shirt. Unless you want to go into like fucking UV mapping and all this kind of crazy shit and like textures and it's like really long-winded.
I mean, that's pretty standard these days, but yeah, that is pretty crazy shit.
So then, like, so what the whole point of this is like the rig is one thing, but the mesh is all going to be like segmented pieces, so that you can color them really fast and change the visual of the character really quickly. And like everything is staying in the viewport. I've made it so that like you basically like you don't really render anything, or maybe you do, but it's like I'd have to check how the rendering comes out, because it's like, say I do how do I unhide everything?
Stabilize.
Well, there we go. Like, so like say this viewport now, it's like you can kind of, it like looks nice here. It's like the colors are like basic, right? And you see some lighting and there's like flat cut. It's like it has some sort of appeal to it, right? But then if you start trying to render it, like the render will look different from this, or it will like take forever to like render everything. And like if I wanted to like, say I made like a 2-minute clip of like like a storyboard, right? But every time I had to like render it, put the render into Premiere, and like each sort of pose I wanted is like a different thing to like render. Like say I wanted each storyboard panel to be like its own thing in Premiere, like its own little segment.
Yeah.
It's like that's really long-winded. because it's like, say in 2 minutes my character changes pose like 50 times. So I have to figure out a way of like rendering it out into 50 pieces, or like I render it as one long image, or like a crazy long image sequence, and then I have to like manually segment it all, and and it's like that's too long. So the goal is it's like I'm basically never gonna leave Blender, and it's like that's my aim, is to, so it's like maybe you just like render once, and that's it, and it's like finished, and that's your video, and you can like show it to people.
Okay.
And so,
time for takeoff.
but like that only works when you have like
Busted.
like all the like you have to hide all the bones and like all this other stuff. So
Solidify. Order guide you.
trying to get everything to work. It's not just I'm trying to get it to work, like get different pieces to like do what I want. It's like it has to be simultaneous, like visually appealing and really quick at the same time. So it's a bit like finicky.
I'm not really sure why we're going over this. That's like a summary of everything you told me before. Like that's your goal overall.
Yeah. But then that's also why, like saying before, like trying to build it without bones. It's like I don't think that is feasible.
Okay.
Just because of.
I don't even know what these tools you're telling me that you need are, so I can't even really give you any input.
Well, it's like like copy paste and.
I mean, you should probably be talking to Dave, find out like which tools are most likely going to be needed, no matter what you're trying to achieve.
There is a auto rigging kind of tool for Blender.
I know.
It's quite a lot, but I'm not sure if you want to do something custom to learn.
Well, like the point of it's like you can rig. Yeah, you can quickly rig a model, but then if you want the model itself to be adjustable and like rescalable, sizable, like almost like a custom mannequin, like you know how Biped was in 3ds Max. It's like that, but like more complicated, and like squash and stretch and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the squash and stretch, I don't know if it can do the tool that, but it does handle any creature or humanoid or two heads, twice, whatever, like, you know. But like, I don't know about the stretching. Stretching is like a very kind of like non-engine thing. Yeah.
But then it's not just squash and stretch for animation purposes. It's like squash and stretch for modeling purposes. It's like visual. Like I want the same rig. You can make it look like a 5-foot woman and like a 10-foot ogre. And it's like you can quickly just
like we talked about that before. Like I know that's what you want, but squash and stretch for animation is also so.
It'll allow for that as well.
Yeah.
Because the same tools, it's in pose mode as well, which means like it will using pose mode keeps it like it works with the animation, so you can use the editing tool for like the visual body type you want. It's also simultaneously a squash and stretch like option. And also, say you want to do crazy characters like in One Piece with Luffy, and his like body can stretch to like crazy lengths.
Yeah.
It's like you can do stuff like that. You can like have floating hands. You can have all this kind of stuff. That's more what I'm trying to make. Anyway, what do you want to do?
I don't know. I'm.
We're all here.
I just thought it'd be fun to either get you guys to pick conversation topics that you're interested in, or I just throw random ones at you and have you fight to the death. The problem is, like, I don't want to force anything on you guys that you're like not interested in, because I don't think anybody gets anything out of that. But I'm also curious as to if it'll backfire if we pick topics that you're interested in, because it'll turn into a sensitive topic by default.
Mm.
It's
Or
not
if we
like
want to
anything
talk at all.
you
Or
have
if
an
we want to
option
play
to
something.
leave.
No, we can play something. Right? Or watch something.
Yeah, it's just I feel like we haven't had proper conversations in a while.
Would you visit me if I went to live to Thailand?
Is that something you've considered? I mean,
Yeah.
you're right over in Sweden, and I barely visited you now. Like,
Well, my friends live
I'd
in
like to think I
China.
would.
My friends recently moved to China, but they own a house in Thailand which is empty.
Nice.
Okay.
So,
Did they confuse the address? Why would they get the house in Thailand if they moved to
Because
China?
they used to live in Thailand for like 3 or 4 years.
Do they have
And
it
they
as a
have
vacation
family
home
that
at
live
this
in
point?
Thailand.
Is that?
Huh?
Oh, okay. Now, I mean, if they
Vacation
have family.
house.
Yeah,
Moved
then
to
having
Thailand
a
for
family.
work. Then, like, family lives there, got a house. Then, opportunity came up in China for a few years to teach in China, so they're like there.
Okay, I thought this was a random Caucasian man that lived in China.
It's like-
lived in Thailand, then moved to China for some reason.
No, this is like
Okay.
my friend, and she's married and has a kid, so it's like, yeah, it's not just a random dude.
Jesus Christ, do you have any white friends? Like, when I keep talking to you, it's just like, oh, here's my Brazilian
No, she is
Portuguese
white.
friend and Russian.
She's
It's
like the whitest person ever.
But she has family in Thailand?
Yeah,
Are
her
they
dad had a
white?
secret. Her dad had a secret family in Thailand.
Wow!
Secret family.
Like, no joke. Yeah, like secret family. Just like meet your half sisters and stuff. Okay.
I'm waiting for
Nice.
Dave to reveal something.
What? So Dave,
I
you
have
going to
any
Thailand?
secret family I wish I had.
That's why he wants to move to Thailand.
Yeah, make some new families.
Well, I was implying that he already had one, but that works too.
Do you want to go to Thailand like without Henrietta? Is that the point?
Yeah. What a problem.
Start a secret family.
Brace yourself.
I'm sure she'd approve.
No, we
So-
kind of work and live there for a year at least.
Huh.
What
Do they
makes you want
have-
to go there? Like, if you thought, like, is there like a job there or like remote or something?
Yeah, I feel like I have a lack of information. Feel free to bombard me. What's influencing this decision?
Mostly for like a company that would pay me like enough to cover all the bases I need, but like I would work 20 hours a week.
You're gonna have to repeat that. Your voice
Yeah,
turned
your
completely
mic is going
robotic.
crazy.
I don't think it's Mike. I think it's his network.
Oh, yeah.
What about now? I think when I'm loading anything,
No, it's still fun.
CPU heavy.
Hey,
It's like you're speaking more clearly, thankfully, so I can understand you. But that is fucking
Jittery as fuck.
scuffed.
You like watching Alex's stream? Maybe that's like fucking out.
What about
can cancel
now?
it.
Because I think it's when the
That's better.
NVIDIA tool is
Yeah.
like
Let me read you a verse.
overloaded.
My sword.
Because when I like load anything that is
Quietly now.
like a game or watch a video, it starts to become a bit
Makes sense.
stressed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I would probably work part time.
Certainly worth
Is it
I
mostly
already
to
have
experience
something.
the culture, or do you think they? Or do you just
to-
like the opportunity for you specifically that you got over there?
I mean, just an opportunity to try something new and get away from Europe for a
There's
bit.
always the chance that you'll have a healthier work culture over there. I have no idea.
Yeah, like I'm gonna do remote, so it might be that like just the fact
makes
that
it
I'll
easier.
do like 24 hours a week would be enough to give me space to
But
Oh,
do
so
you
you
have
even have the
skills,
flexibility.
do new things.
do you have
cool.
do you have a remote job already like lined up or something or not?
Yeah, I have it lined up. I just need to basically pack some stuff into boxes, move it downstairs, maybe in like a storage room that is nearby. Rent
you're
the
al-
apartment.
So you're already doing the remote job.
No, I'm not doing it. I just have it lined up. So
I will have order.
in February I can start, or in January, based on what Henrietta will do, because she needs to resign from her job. So if she does it early, we can go early. If we can't, then
Wait, so what's the deadline here? What's the plan?
next year.
Okay. I was just like,
Yeah,
how recent is this news? I was like, oh, I'm moving next week. I was like, oh, Jesus.
Do you know where in Thailand?
Probably Bangkok first.
Because
Chiang Mai second.
Because my friend, their house is in Pattaya.
Give me a moment to compose my.
You know that place? It's
Yeah,
like,
I don't know where that is.
It's like on the east of Thailand, I think. It's like this. It's like the sex capital of Thailand or the world. It's like
of course you know about that.
It's the prostitutes. They're like prostitute capital of the world.
It's like that's the thing that I was about to say. Like, basically, all I know about Thailand, and I even use the term "know" loosely here, is about like criminality. How you basically have like mafia shit, and there's like a high level of corruption, all that shit. So you moving there is like making me concerned.
Also, like,
I think it's a cliche.
Yeah,
well, my friends lived there and they said it was fine. Like, they kind of had.
I mean, there might be areas where
like,
you're likely to experience and others where you just aren't. So I don't know what to expect. It's not like I've been there, so my opinion doesn't matter. I'm just saying, like, what the reputation is, as far as I understand it. Which, to be fair, can be completely off base.
Pattaya's like right near Bangkok. Like.
Wait, give me the name again. Name.
Pattaya.
Pattaya. Okay.
On the map, it's written as like Pattaya City, but I don't know if it's just called Pattaya or Pattaya City.
It's probably like New York. You have Pattaya City, and Pattaya. New York.
I think I would try maybe different places based on how difficult it is to live there.
Yeah.
And of course, I would have to rent monthly, like.
But like,
so if the costs are low, it gives you a lot of flexibility and shit to try.
My friend says it's like dirt cheap.
It's like $400 is like doable if you have like a non-central area.
Well, the only other thing would be like internet connection.
Yeah, I need to have like a really good connection.
Could you get like a roaming internet and use?
Or I can just, download stuff outside, on a secure...
Go down to McDonald's. Got a VPN, yeah.
Yeah.
A VPN would probably be enough for that, actually. Just... Well, depending on how much you need the upload speed.
Well, not much, really.
Yeah.
What would you take a PC or like a laptop? You'd have to take a PC.
I have a laptop, so I'll just buy a second screen, like something small.
Is it powerful enough for animation?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I've not used a laptop for like. I've never bought a laptop, so I don't even know how good they are. I don't keep track of how good they are.
I don't like them, honestly. I tried getting one for work because I thought, hey, I don't need the power, but like just the interface and interaction with it is just so far below ideal. Like you basically need an extra mouse and maybe even an extra keyboard in order to like be comfortable with it. That's been my experience anyway.
First, like you need to have a proper keyboard. You don't want to use the laptop one.
No.
I would just buy a wireless,
like,
set.
It's either that or get like an extremely oversized laptop so that you have the entire keyboard space, because otherwise the keyboard ends up being more compact and you don't have all the utility and the buttons feel smaller and clunkier and shit like that. But a laptop that size also becomes hard to bring with you because there aren't even backpacks for those sort of dimensions. It's a mess. It's a fucking mess in my experience.
Would you...
Like, that's the only thing that worries me. Like, I would have to probably have like an encrypted hard drive with me, like an external one, because if it gets stolen, like the laptop, I still can, or even if the entire bag gets stolen, like I have like
people don't have access
at
to
least
your
save data, right?
Yeah.
But
Would you
the
like
second time, yeah, it's kind of like a
by
risky
cloud
move to go
service?
out.
How expensive would that be?
That's cheap. I mean, I have
Yeah.
Google Drive. I would probably buy, yeah, I would probably put it on there as well.
Would you lease your place in Sweden?
Yeah.
So you just got all your rent covered, basically. Well,
Yeah, my rent
more.
covered and 10% or 20%, maybe more, based
I
on
feel,
like.
I feel like now is a good time to point out that we're on stream, so you don't fucking dox yourself at your current location and the address you're going to in a year.
Oh, did you stream this? Jesus fucking Christ!
Yeah, fuck, sorry.
I hope no one from work listens to you.
Well, oh shit, were they not supposed to know?
No.
I mean, sorry, mate, I'm way too popular. Everyone knows.
Yeah, no one much.
You were, yeah, not popular now. Because...
Hey. I got like 2 whole subscribers.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you.
I hope you're not gonna store this.
It's me and Dave. Yeah.
Shit! I've been bamboozled.
But I guess while you're in like Thailand, it's like it's easy for you to fly around, right? Go to like other places, maybe like India,
Yeah,
Singapore,
exactly.
Philippines,
I'm just
Japan.
gonna go to Bali or something like that.
Go to like it'd be so close to go to like Korea and stuff, wouldn't it? And
Yeah, Japan, Korea, maybe visit Will.
I was in Japan.
Yeah. Are you still in contact with them?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
But he's living in Japan now.
Yeah. He lives there for like 3-4 years.
Nice.
Yeah, I seem to remember him living there like ever since basically 2 years after uni. So as far as I remember, it's been there a while. But I haven't really kept track with him either. So I could be completely wrong.
I don't think I've spoken to him for like 10 years or something.
Yeah, there you go. Me either.
It's been a while.
I just remember it being up. I just remember seeing those updates on Facebook, and it's been a while since I used Facebook too. So.
Yeah, I'd fucking never use Facebook.
But yeah, like if we can make it, it will kind of help us avoid stupid, economic stress.
To Thailand, what are they? Are they not feeling any of the inflation and stuff?
Yeah, of course they do, but like for person that gets, paid in like dollars or euros, it doesn't.
How affected are they by inflation?
I think the world
yeah, like everything is connected in the world, true, but when it comes to like foodstuffs and shit like that, for example, and food has been like the primary thing being affected with the war in Ukraine, I just assumed that a place like Thailand that's so far away would be way less affected.
Yeah, well,
because they import food more locally, or is it still?
I mean, it's
some
from China and like do it. They don't have to import a lot of things either.
Yeah, that's the sort of shit I was thinking of.
Maybe the like gas and like fuel, but they're kind of neutral in the world affairs.
Yeah, so they probably wouldn't be that affected by that either.
No.
Stabilize.
Time for takeoff.
So yeah, that's my thinking. There you go.
Busted.
Fine, think I'm stupid.
I don't know like what could go wrong. Like basically I could lose money or get like scammed, but like if I use like official
you
ways.
Apparently should be prepared for shit like that. A lot of places abroad like scamming tourists just because they don't know better. People will take advantage of your ignorance.
Yeah, of course. Right.
And,
but like
it helps if you just know some of that shit in advance. There's probably like even Reddits for that, like for tourism, where people just give you like warnings and things to be aware of.
Yeah, I've been researching quite a bit, but like it's not 100%, of course. Like you have to be using trusted sources for like rentals and such. I'm really mostly concerned about like rentals and I don't think anything else is quite that difficult.
What do you mean when you say rentals, by the way? Just anything
like,
rented?
Find rent for like accommodation and I don't know if I'm gonna rent
I guess you
anything
don't want
else.
to own anything over there because you consider it all temporary?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be temporary, so I'll just be like in accommodation that's already, furnitured and won't be bringing much stuff there. I will just buy
the alternative, which I really like the idea of, is you become a globe-trotting landlord and like.
Yeah, but I can't buy anything in Thailand.
Just lease out every yeah, but can't you?
You have to have like a Thai wife, I think, and they can.
Okay, well, this is where all the secret families come in handy. Dave, we just talked about this.
Yes. But like, they don't allow any foreigners to buy stuff unless they have like permanent kind of like visa residence stuff. Yeah, maybe. But that's like you have to be a millionaire or something, like a really wealthy. They allow investments. But yeah, like I've been thinking about having like multiple residences, but like it's kind of hard to.
I mean, I don't even know if you can function as a landlord, at least not in a direct way. Like, you would have to be a landowner, but have the landlording be delegated to someone else since they're supposed to maintain the property. Otherwise, you can't really lease it. Otherwise, you're out of the country and everything falls into disrepair in the meantime, and then you come back, it's like there's nothing left to own.
Yeah. Because my friends that lived in Thailand, like, I think where they lived, it was these kind of like gated communities where it's like all like like EU people, like English people live.
What do you mean, you people?
EU. EU people.
Fucking you people.
Like you people. Ugh. The 1%. Ugh.
Ah, exactly. Wait, well, we're just talking about that completely derailed it.
Landlords.
They're great, aren't they?
But yeah, like.
Which part of the leasing is it that you're worried about? Like the possible cost of everything?
Quietly now.
What, I?
Yeah, you said you were the only thing you were really worried about was the leasing, and then I wondered like which part of it.
I will have order.
I mean, I have to rent my apartment to a place or a person that is, ready for, handling it properly and not ruining it and all that.
Yeah.
I still have like responsibilities as a landlord as well, right? I have to make sure that it's livable.
Oh.
But then can't you get like a letting agency?
I thought you were leasing. I don't know why. So, or
no, I haven't owned an apartment, but like, if you want to rent it, that means you have to also like, don't break any rules. Like, as a.
Like the people that are going to live in your house in Sweden, it's like, are you not going to have a agency running it for you?
No.
Yeah, there's.
But that's like the issue, isn't it? It's like no one. How do you get someone to go there and check?
Yeah, it feels like you have to. Like either you need to have family nearby to do the shit for you, or you need to set up some sort of.
I live in an association. They they fix stuff for me. Something breaks.
Yes,
so.
But then that's like.
Okay.
Do they have? Well, then say you have to like evict somebody. Say like someone moves in, they don't pay you, and then they're not moving out. It's like, how do you get them evicted? It's like you're
you
not
call
there.
the police to get them to do it for you.
No, but then it's like, what if they just turn the like fucking taps on, plug the toilets?
Well, I'm gonna rent it to someone that.
Won't do that.
You say that. You can't guarantee that they're gonna be good.
Yeah, but I can rent it to friends and such. So like more trusted people.
Yeah.
Right?
And then it turns out your friends are just as bad.
Yeah, that can happen, of course. Like
Yeah.
relying on friends for like proper handling things, and then
That's
goes wrong.
but that's the thing. It's like if you have like a letting agency do it for you, it's like they
but they
take
will
some
still
money.
they'll be powerless as much as I do it.
Well, it's more like being able to physically go to the apartment. That's
I can
that's
still
the
go
issue.
back, right? Like, but
You don't
only in
wanna-
a very risk kind of.
You don't really want to ever have to go back there.
No, of course you don't want to.
Sweden's not that bad, Jesus.
It'd probably be like, no, as in like, it'd probably be easier to just fucking pay Alex to go.
Yeah, but like,
I do
What do you mean?
to do like,
I'll just go for like 20 quid flight to fucking Sweden or something.
I mean, of course I
Just
would.
said as an
I
excuse to
would let
visit.
you come here and like do whatever like.
Sorry, that'd be really fucking funny. We ended up visiting Sweden more after David left
Yeah.
than when he was there. That'd be so fucking stupid. Should we visit sometime soon?
What? Well, if
Trying
it's
comfort.
empty, I could go there. You know, I could. You
Can
know,
enjoy life here, yeah.
yeah, for a weekend with my friends. You know.
Again, should
wreck
probably do it
place.
while Dave is there.
No, like the friends I want to take. No.
Oh, okay. The ones that are there aren't good enough, huh?
Well, no, I'm thinking more, you know, like party people. You know. Wreck
People
places.
that party,
You haven't seen
people
Dave bust a move,
unlike me.
okay? He's one hell of a party person.
Time for takeoff.
But then would you?
Here we go.
You could Airbnb it.
For a second, yeah. Like,
But do you want to?
but I
More
think there are
money.
like more complications.
Yeah, like being there to check them in and shit. Yeah, that's a bit more. But you can get agencies that run an Airbnb for you.
I'm not gonna complicate it like that.
No. Well, my friend does that. Like her family has like a apartment in London, and then they just have an agency run the whole thing. So they just get money coming in.
Are we
have
supposed
to
to
think
pretend
about
to care that your friend does?
No, as in like Dave could do the same. Like it's no hassle. This is like you just get money into your bank account. You know what I mean? You don't even deal with anything.
I don't know, something about you phrasing this as free money is a little sus to me, but okay.
Free money.
But it's free money, but it's less than you'd get if you did it yourself. You know?
They just put money into your bank account. What's not to like? And they found out they take like a 98% cut. Like fucking hell. What's not to like about it?
Then you have the headache, you know,
Yeah,
managing.
that's right. 2% is better than no percent, I guess.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, you'll figure it out.
I think if I don't end up renting it, I'm just gonna like rent something cheaper in Thailand.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was an option.
I mean, I don't think I'll be staying inside that much unless I'm gonna work like outside of like co-working spaces, which I think would be better in general.
Dude, if you're lucky, you could always just like bring your laptop with you to more casual locations and like try to.
Yeah, that's
Two for one
my
net.
plan.
Yeah.
Like a library or
Yeah. Just
I wonder what
somewhere else.
It's probably like depending on the place in Thailand. Like it's probably good like co-working places,
Yeah, of course. Like
main cities and stuff.
Like
You
that's the
trust those
alternative if
sneaky
the
agents?
apartment isn't like good enough.
Yeah, you could have like a tiny apartment and then just like work from the coast basically.
Yeah, and be outside mostly.
Yeah.
But I don't want
Why
to be in a very tiny, shitty apartment anyway.
Is another man's
What? Why not?
What you do? While,
I've been in one for a while.
Yeah.
what you do while you're in Thailand? You give me the keys to your apartment in Sweden, and I pretend that I'm like super rich and have like apartments everywhere, and I like fly people out. I'm like, oh, come visit me in my apartment in Sweden.
I don't think it would be a great place to impress your friends.
Just to get more ladies, that's all I want.
Just a tiny apartment for one person.
And then for some reason, only men keep showing up.
Yeah, I just like I fake the kind of like jet-setting lifestyle.
Are you faking the funk? Are you faking the motherfucking funk?
It's like I have an apartment in Sweden. Ooh.
Ooh, he must be rich and cool.
Yeah.
Is that what you're
Yeah,
expecting?
that's it. That's exactly what's gonna happen.
What sort of tools are you surrounding yourself with? What the fuck?
Yeah.
This is like a fucking Saturday cartoon, like 12-year-old's daydream right now. It's like, oh, why did you get this item that everyone will think I'm cool and I'll finally be accepted at school?
Things are about to get dicey.
I just I stand next to a Lamborghini and pretend.
Bring an expensive toy to school, and everyone's like, "Yeah, that's a cool guy."
For some reason, I imagine they sex when you say bring a cool tool, a cool toy to school.
Sex toy.
Yeah, it's just like,
Oh my God.
you just bring
Yeah,
mom's
sure.
dildo and everyone's like, what?
That's Nimbus 2000.
Imagine a witch flying over you across the sky and find out she's riding a goddamn dildo.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're gonna
Yeah.
be demonetized there.
Well, Dave, I need to get monetized first, so I think I'm good.
You'll be like trying to get monetized like for like years and years, and then you'll make one video after you get monetized, and you just get demonetized. That's the same thing you get.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's how shit would happen, where I somehow reach whatever the threshold is, like 10,000 views, or like 1,000 subscribers. There's like, you probably need both or some shit. And then that shit is automated, but what's also part of the automated process is a manual, what do you call it? Review of my channel. So like I have it for 24 hours and then it's gone.
Like,
it's
honestly,
like, congratulations,
like-
you qualified. And then they look over things like, congratulations, you're disqualified.
Isn't there like a way to just like publish a video for review before you like make it public? And that way you can avoid getting demonetized.
It's confusing. I think you have like automated reviews, but that's like by the bot, so it like it you probably heard about some of this shit. Like it checks
Yeah,
if you swear within the first minute of video. For some reason, that's important.
Yeah.
You can swear after 1 minute, but within that first minute, ooh,
Yeah.
boy, you better be pure. You better be a pure little boy.
Time for takeoff.
Morality police right there.
Yeah, it makes perfect
It's
sense.
not
It's like
different from Iran,
apparently the
really.
moral standards are very temporary.
Honestly, like I feel like the Western world got more censored than a freaking Iran, like in the last year or so.
I don't know. I think that's a slight exaggeration, but I understand what you mean.
Like, how far are we from just being like a right wing, extreme right wing, just like Taliban is, or?
I mean, it's mostly the left doing the censorship right now. I'm not sure what you mean. Like
Yeah,
on
but
Twitter and shit. I mean, depending on where you see the censorship, I'm not sure exactly sure
I
what
mean,
you're
it's
talking about.
It's mostly just people being quiet because, like, the issue you have, like, say you.
I think me and Isaac talked about this shit earlier. How like there's no incentive to go against your tribe, so people just buckle under pressure all the time because like you gain nothing from it. Like if you talk against like what the if you speak against what the status quo
Mainline is.
yeah, whatever the fuck the mainstream is, it's like you get bashed so hard, even for having like you probably like have the same conclusion, you just have like a slight difference of opinion, and you just get brutally bashed. You see this shit, for example, like
a realistic view on why the war
Yeah.
has happened and shit, and like
it doesn't
everyone's
even
like,
have to be.
you
I
have
mean,
to say that it's completely unfair. Well, fucking hell, like what is unfair? There's no way.
I mean, okay, if you take like the war in Ukraine, you could say like that it's completely unfair that we got invaded, but it was also completely predictable. And even if you
Yeah.
say that, because you said the predictable part is like, oh, that must mean you actually think that it was good, and now you're getting shut down. Like it doesn't.
There's no good and evil in there, right? It's just like
No, you're
it-
just
it happened
describing the
because-
situation, and everyone else is drawing the conclusion, and then you're suffering
Informing
the
things.
consequences for it. It's like, no, this is not what I'm saying. Why are you speaking on my behalf? You heard what
They're
I
just
said.
putting words into your mouth, and your
Yeah.
morality is
Yeah.
like questioned just because you are explaining why things happened.
Yeah, like the shit around Destiny and him talking about trans people is like the perfect example of that, where basically he's saying that he's concerned about how there's so many people pushing so hard to get trans women into female sports, and how he doesn't think that's a good idea because there's going to be immense backlash. So he's actually like worried about the trans community because of that. And then he gets thrown off of Twitter for hate speech against the trans community. It's like, have a little bit of nuance. Like you're
trying to be
he's a clearly an ally.
Progress.
Yeah. It's like you have to, like, you can't have nuance. You have to be 100% for or 100% against, because otherwise, if you're in the middle, you're gonna get bashed from both sides. It's brutal.
Yeah, like who wants to be bashed by both?
Yeah, I mean, people don't even want to be bashed by one side.
Yeah.
So you end up with a lot of extremism because of this shit.
Fuck everybody.
Yeah, that basically is the conclusion.
Keep your mouth shut. Get the fuck out.
While we still can. But
well, it's like the only way you can kind of get around that is if you have some kind of like...
Busted.
If you have no...
Brace yourselves.
Like, if you don't work at a job where you can be fired for, like, you know, PR reasons, right? It's like, say you start uploading shit on...
Groceries.
It's like, if you're worried about your, like, financial situation being affected by your political views and stuff, right? It's like, that's most people. It's like, if I work for a company and then it's like some weird thing happens and everyone thinks I'm a racist, then it's like, the company will get rid of me, right?
Yep.
So it's like, unless you have like independent income, regardless of like anything you say, it's like you can't.
If you
really
have independent income that is not linked to your name.
Yeah, or it's like, or you already have enough money, or
I mean,
some, you know, you're your own company or something.
Give your money away, right? PayPal.
Am I the only one who think that it's a little bit weird that you need a certain level of financial stability in order to be able to express your opinions freely?
Yeah.
Am I the one who think that seems a little bit dystopian?
Isn't that America, like, in the basic fundamental idea of it?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that
you
you
can
should be able
be free and have American dream when you are already dreaming.
That sort of brings up an interesting question. Like, how free can speech actually be when there's this much social pressure? Like, even if you don't have the government doing any of this, and even if it's not the like the companies that are running this that are intervening in any way, people themselves will like govern each other's behavior.
Yeah.
And
I mean, communism was like that.
Realize the
People
problem
were
with that.
tipping.
Sorry,
People were tipping off the government during communism, right? Like about traitors and shit.
Oh yeah, like telling on each other, for lack of a better term.
Yeah. Like, oh, that person said something against the government. Like in China, you already probably have that level of credit.
Oh yeah, they have like they've systematized it. Like you have the same sort of shit in Russia, don't you? Where like you're not supposed to say certain things, and like you don't have a system for it, but you're still incentivized to.
You sort of disappear and be beaten there.
Yeah.
No.
Scary places in the world, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like imagine that.
I mean, I'd rather have our Western form of censorship than that form of censorship, definitely.
Yeah, the pretend freedoms.
You can say what you want, we'll just brutally kick your ass in the middle of the street if you do.
Yeah.
Well, like, if you have money in the West, you can do whatever you want. Like, in China, you're gonna get beaten even then. Like, the oligarchs are getting, as well. And
Stupid
Russians have
oligarchs.
thrown some people out of windows that were also quite rich.
Oh my. Wait, where is
But you
this?
haven't seen like Elon Musk getting thrown out of a window because he's a fucker. You know, so
It's like, I remember there was a time where I was just like, I don't, how to put this? Elon Musk is like the type of person who should be celebrated in a very traditional sense. Like, he's the type of person that should be a celebrity because he's actually doing things that matter. Like, he's starting companies to try and achieve goals that actually affect humanity at large and are meaningful. But then he goes on Twitter and says such stupid shit that he could have just like withheld and then we would have been fine. But no, he has to keep talking on Twitter. God fucking damn it.
yeah, like he
If
could
he
have
just
been much
chill.
more. Yeah.
You know his account's been like banned or like suspended.
Wait, has it? I don't.
Yeah.
On Twitter.
When?
Yeah.
Why? What? How? Prove it.
Certainly worth
That's
the
what I
extra
thought.
mile.
You can't.
Or it was this morning.
But why?
Solidify.
I thought that he's buying Twitter and he's kind of getting.
Oh yeah, he is, isn't he?
Like this morning, it was like there was a thing of Elon's been like. So I go on Twitter and it's like his account. This account's been suspended. Now it's
Oh, wow,
back,
then.
but it's weird.
Confusing.
Yeah, well.
I haven't heard anything about it, so I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Think you can get away?
Gather.
But it certainly sounds possible.
Unsolicited.
What would
All
you
the
do
more
if you
valuable
bought
for it.
Twitter?
I must admit, I don't really have much of a plan.
Fucking sell it again and live off the money, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Flip it.
I mean, that would imply I had money. So
Like,
yes, what I
am I like given Twitter, or have I like just lost 44 billion to like
on
buy it?
Twitter. I panic, that's what I do.
Yeah. I'd like, I don't know, just try and get as much money out of it as possible or something. I don't know.
And how would you do that?
Leave.
Then?
But ideologically, what would you do if you had like a goal in
no.
this life?
I don't, so that's a sore spot for me, but okay.
What do I do with Twitter?
Okay, actually, this just relates to something that I thought about, and I wonder what your take on this is. I think that Twitter fucked up in how they handled the Donald Trump situation. Like, I'd basically do things the other way around, where when he was at his wildest before January 6th, I would have silenced him like a month in advance because like he was using rhetoric that would lead to violence, and that seemed obvious to me. But after the fact, the damage is already done, and censoring him now actually causes a different problem, which is that because Twitter is like a way to get information on what the fuck he's doing, he's like, him and his followers are sort of like in the underground, and you don't have the same
Enough
sort
information
of
now.
Yeah, and it's like you could report on him in the news, but that isn't happening.
Right?
And when people were just like subscribed to him on Twitter, they were just getting bombarded with that. And I think they need that so that they understand what's happening. Because the reason Trump was a problem is because so many people, there were so many potential voters, and then he showed up and actualized it. The voters were already there the entire goddamn time. You just couldn't see them because people weren't comfortable talking about the things that Trump would talk about. And now it's going to happen again because you don't see this shit because he's now on a completely different platform. That seems like a problem to me.
It's not
like,
a good
even though I don't
thing
like
to
what he
do.
says, I don't think he should be in a different place. Anyway, sorry, there you go.
I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Just flat out, nothing to add, no nuance.
Well, if you want to watch someone and like see his interactions, and then I guess it's best to do it not in the shade, right? Like,
Yeah, like the problem is who you need to see his actions, and it's not. the point isn't to have the government like track his every move and that kind of shit. The point is potential voters need to see how he's acting and what he's doing and how he's interacting with his audience so that you can see like how your friends and family react to that and how you should be, I don't know, prepared or ready to do something or talk to these people instead of pretending like Trump doesn't have influence anymore. Because who else is going to convince these people to vote for someone else? The government? People hate listening to the government in America. The government says something, the people have to do the opposite in general. Like, for Democrats, or for leftists, rather, the government is evil, and it's just a bunch of corporate chills, and on the right, it's some deep state shit. And it only appeals to the left, so neither side seems to want to trust the government. So, like, you can't get them to have any influence on this shit, apparently. And don't know where that leaves us.
I thought more like, if I had twist, it's like more kind of systems where like, say like someone says something, like say Donald Trump or like president says like something, right? It's like they put a tweet out. I'd want there to be more like group sort of voting or tools or systems where it's like not just like down voting or up voting things. It's more like it kind of the masses' opinion of that tweet is like shown alongside with the tweet. Like, or if it's bad information, it's like the disproving of the information is shown like.
It's there. Like on Twitter, they say like this information is.
No, yeah, but that's like
and
that's ignorable now. Like no one looks at that. It's like it just becomes like a notification. It's just like another part of the visuals. It's like.
Yeah, but that's pretty much the only thing you can do.
No, but
like when people aren't motivated to give a shit about that, you can't force them to give a shit about that. The best you can do is just give them the information that this is misinformation as classified.
But I mean, like every tweet is like has the highest sort of voted or rated reply to it within the same like visual.
Huh?
So say Donald Trump says shit like Obama lied to everybody, like he did this or something, right? Like
you mean the counter argument, the highest rated a comment underneath that will always be placed side by side with it, so you have to see both.
Yeah.
You can't like click into. Yeah, no, I agree. That would be
basically the same.
Because I've talked about this shit before. This is basically why like the problem about conversations online isn't that you're talking about sensitive topics. It's because people who talk about the sensitive topics like go unchallenged, and then you don't see what the fuck the other side has to say, so you end up with echo chambers. But you break the echo chambers by making sure that they always have to see what the counter argument is, and that works for both sides. Anyway, be right back. I need to get some water. You guys keep talking. Love.
No, you talk.
Both sides are talking always, but no one listens. So.
Yeah, but then I think because say you get say you have like a voice, like a big voice, like Donald Trump, right? Like if every single one of his tweets has like simultaneously has like the like highest voted reply, like simultaneously alongside it, right? Like I don't mean like underneath it or whatever. I mean like it's literally almost visually shown to you as if it's one tweet. It's like two people talking, right? Like
yeah. I mean, so that would be cool if there were like tweets that are like fading and like turning from one to another, like flipping, right?
Yeah, but it's like
so for like 20 minutes it would be the counter argument, and then for 20 minutes it would be
because the goal is like these big figures, they have the big platform, right? They have so many followers, like all these people look at what they say, right?
Yeah.
But they can choose not to look at the other points. But then, if every time anyone looked at a tweet of Donald Trump's, underneath or like with it was like a counterpoint or the other like the other highest voted thing. It could be like everyone agreeing with him, right? Or it could be whatever. But it's like it gives that opportunity to where you're like combating these like echo chambers and large voices with their post.
Yeah.
Will also include like the most voted like reply to that. So it's not just that John and Joe can be like the Democrats are all liars, and then everyone just believes them when they just look and say Donald Trump said all Democrats are liars, right? That's it. But then when you looked at it, it's like all Democrats are liars, and then underneath it was like Donald Trump lied to the board of his old company and then like took all their money and here's the article about how he stole loads of money. It's like
the Trump reply should just be like a link to the article where they fucking documented like over 200 significant lies over the course of his like what was it like his run for presidency, not even like while he was president. It was just like an insane amount of lies while he was trying to win the election.
But it wasn't like that proven that doesn't help. Like everyone knows that he's lying, even the Republicans that are voting for him. So like that but doesn't again, matter. Like, it's his power to express and like enforce stuff that they believe in. That's what matters to them. No, not the fact that he's morally, inferior and
Yeah, but there's like a minimum amount of shit that you need to do, and this is it, because we can pretend that everybody who votes for Trump are like stupid or malicious or just corrupted to the core, but then there's no point. We have to believe that there are some people who just are like misinformed or misguided or just don't know better. And those people we can affect by giving them the proper information. If they're already indoctrinated, then it's like, yeah, you need some other form of intervention, but you can't even do that shit over Twitter, I think. Like, you just need to shut Twitter down at that point and try to start over with the internet as a whole. Because, oh boy, does misinformation spread.
Yeah. Just a bit. Because I feel like that would be a good way of combating, like the echo chambers and just sort of the people that don't know or like are sort of midway or could get convinced by all these different figures. It's like it allows for a counterpoint because like the people with the biggest like audience and the biggest reach and the biggest like platform, they're what they're saying is like being combated by like the masses. So it's not that they just get to say whatever they want and then because they're the loudest voice everyone just listens to them. Like you have the large scale of everyone else is like countering all these like individual loud voices by you're basically forcing the reply, right? So it's more of a conversation every time.
Yes.
Then I don't know why they don't do that. And that also links in with why they have like a character limit. Like if you make it so that whatever the character limit is, and like every time someone posts, there's like 2 replies. It's like their post and then the highest voted reply as well. So you see it as one thing, not just an individual's opinion.
Like the thing is, no one believes like the press. No one believes the other side, politicians. No one believes individuals.
Like, that's why it's good, though, isn't it?
So
because it's like the highest voted thing is the main reply. It's like,
but the thing is, the people that vote for that, like best voted thing, might be politicians, left wing, right wing, whatever, right?
But they only get 1 vote because it's like per Twitter account, isn't it?
I think the goal is to basically like for the people that are trying to destroy democracy is to prove that it doesn't matter, like that there's information out there to help sway opinion if the other side is extreme enough. So this is like transformation from democracy to like, I don't know, theocracy or like
hypocrisy.
Some kind of crassy that isn't democracy, you know. I think that's the goal. So like while Putin is losing war in Ukraine or whatever, right? We still are losing our own war in the West. Like it's a second front. And we don't we still believe that we're winning and all that shit. But I mean, we're gonna lose pretty hard.
There's a few things you need to establish. What winning and losing constitutes, and also
losing
who the fuck you're implying we're fighting. Yeah.
Like just freedom to say things. Right?
This is probably a terrible point for me to say I don't actually like democracy that much. I like meritocracies, but the problem is who gets to decide who has merit. And we've decided that the people in general should be able to, but
friends that have merit.
We're seeing the limitations of democracy. That's basically the problem here. The average voter just isn't that smart enough and aren't even willing to keep up with that much information, but they still will vote almost out of spite if you push them, as opposed to vote responsibly. And this is the problem with democracy.
Tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come.
Like honestly,
what to do about it.
It's pretty hard to even vote when like the stances of the politicians are clear, like because there's always a catch for me, like, oh, this candidate thinks that everyone should be free to migrate anywhere and like they can do whatever they want and they'll be fine, and like I'm like, no. But then there's like
no as in you don't want it, or no as you don't believe that?
Sorry?
No as in you don't want that, or no as in you don't believe that that's something he will do?
Like what, immigrant? Or what do you mean?
Yeah. Like you stated a position.
That. Like people do that, like they come to a country and then they start, like in Sweden there's a bunch like of gangs just doing whatever they want, and like they don't get proper firepower like the state.
Okay, so you're describing the borders and you're saying that you don't want that.
Well, it's not about the borders, that's what I'm saying. There is no subtlety in this conversation because they either want to close borders on immigrants or they want to like let them do whatever they want and like excuse them for like crimes and shit because racism and all that. So like the thing is there's no presented solution to kind of like
that sort of topic is kind of simultaneously funny and complicated because it's hard not to see the negative generalization of an entire group as being something racist, which is what you're doing when you're saying there are immigrants from this place coming over here, forming gangs and acting in criminal ways. That's a pretty that sounds pretty racist, but that also is what is happening. And I think people can't square the two, so it's like it makes people uncomfortable and they don't want to engage with it, is what it seems like.
Yeah, that's usual kind of like not facing all the facts at once. They just like pick and choose based on what their goal is, right? So like general goal. It's not like they can solve individual problems. They can only promote like a huge ideology or something like that instead.
Yeah, I fucking hate idea grouping. Like I love being able to just look at ideas, seeing what works, and taking those things. But for some reason, we've decided that we need to group all the aspects, and we can never separate them, and we can never turn it into something new and better. So, like, you have to be 100% progressive, or you have to be 100% Republican, and you can't just be like somewhere in the middle. Like, why? How is it that binary?
Because that's
And
too
it's like,
stable, right?
I mean, there's even ideas from communism that I've told you guys about. Where I was like, I know this shit should work in theory, but it's like it's grouped with having like secret police and shit, and for some reason people won't separate that, or just not take all the what is it like forms of industry. What the fuck do we call it? God damn it, I forget the terms. Like taking all the industry from the competent people. Instead, they just assume everyone's corrupt, kill all of them, and start over and give it to people who aren't competent. Shit like that doesn't make sense. But like the borderline flatlining of income actually seems like it would work to a very large degree. Like I talked about how what motivates people, thankfully, isn't purely monetary. Because if it did, you wouldn't fucking have teachers because they are overworked and underpaid like to such a dumb degree.
Solidify.
Yeah.
Busted.
So clearly it's not the sole motivator. Yet we treat it as if it
Time for
is.
takeoff.
I will have order.
Like
Here comes the
the
catch.
moment you give enough like income to person to live comfortably without seeing much more wealth from other places. Like imagine like you would be living as you are right now.
And all the more valuable.
And everyone else.
I'm sorry, I like the imagination to do that. Okay, go on.
And then everyone else lives maybe like slightly better or like there's no like huge gap, between you and others. It's like, oh, this person is like really good at, art, so he can enjoy, all the benefits of that while you are enjoying more benefits of being really good engineer or whatever. Like, but like there's no huge gap between you and like people that you see, right? The thing is like communism kind of took it to the extreme with like not letting you see Americans, like when they were like behind the wall, right? Like they were like, oh, you don't want to see what they're enjoying, right? And same thing with North Koreans. Like they're trying to isolate that kind of element, right? Like where others might be more like living better, but the thing is, the people that are living behind the wall are living so badly that that instigates that, right? Like peaking, like, oh, they can enjoy like 3 meals a day without starving, and they have electricity 100% of the time. That means there'll be some like conflicts when it comes to like regime change and
What are we describing here exactly? Just jealousy in general, or is there a deeper point?
Like inequality and like I think like of course people are like.
Are you implying that it creates instability because they see a different form of government succeeding?
Yeah, and they want to, and then they want to kind of like lean towards that. Like it's like games industry. Like you have like a really successful game, like everyone wants to make that because that clearly works. But then if every game is like that, then everything is gonna fall apart because like China is benefiting from like Americans developing technology and stealing it because they don't.
Oh yeah. They don't respect IP at all. That is like the amount. No, Jesus Christ! I actually find that to be kind of interesting.
So you have to feed off from the others. Otherwise, like if everyone is a theocratic like country, like then you'll lose a lot of benefits of having like variable kind of like governments, like in different places, because that's what makes people survive. Like having enough to feed off. Like import, export, and all that.
I've lost track of what we're talking about now.
Yeah, because we're just changing
like
topics.
of course, people need enough resources, but why are we talking about this?
We're talking about it because we're talking about like freedoms and like government switching. And like people switching ideologies because it's more appropriate for the business and for living standard of living. Like people are trying to like mimic other people. So if someone is doing well, they usually peak and try to do well using the same way how they achieve their goals. If it's through dictatorship, then let's do that.
Let's get our own dictator. This sounds amazing.
That's what I always say.
You unironically do, though.
I haven't changed my mind.
Like seriously, like UK has switched 3 prime ministers, and I'm thinking, maybe this is all for a reason. They want to like create such a hate of democracy in Britain that like the next time that someone gets in power, that they will not like let anyone get it again, right? So like,
you say they, do you mean Russia or somebody else? Like who?
Whoever gets in power in the UK next time, like through like whatever, like an extremely successful democratic vote or whatever. But at some point they might just want like to hold on to power because everyone will be so demoralized from the last time they switch governments and like prime ministers. Yeah, it's not worth trying, pick anyone else because this is clearly working. And last time we tried to vote for someone, they gave up 48 hours later, and like,
It seems progress.
The way it's presented, it's more of like an issue with the Conservative Party itself, not so much.
Yeah, that's how it's presented, but I believe that it's more like it's more like an educational kind of like thing. Like the entire population will now think this is how it's gonna go, and we don't need democracy because this is how it looks like. Yeah,
or it'll become kind of like. No, people will fall back on more like traditional ideas and stuff. Well, like the old days when it was good. Well, no, not that. I mean, as in like, we need a strong man to lead us, and that kind of shit. Like,
no, I want the queen, strong woman. Yes, queen, literally.
it's really kind of It's kind of a messy situation right now because even Italy is getting like a right wing, and then Sweden's getting right wing. Like Slovakians are getting
rather right wing than wrong wing. Am I right, guys? Got it.
Yeah. But like that's the thing. Like I don't know how long this will last. Like the way how we have democracies and all that.
It's like the right wing wave fucking confuses me, but like I just heard that that's how democracy works. People get fed up with like the current way of doing things because things aren't like changing enough or some shit. And it's like, okay, let's try the other one, and then realize how bad that is, and then change again. So they just keep fucking going back and forth all the goddamn time. Yeah. And this is like considered democracy working, and that is so fucking weird to me.
I mean, switching to dictatorship is a choice as well. If it's a choice made by rich people or choice made by poor people, it's still a choice, right? Because they let it happen, and then they keep it,
I mean,
working.
Might want to talk about how you even define choice at that point. Like we talked about earlier, when you have, for example, enough social pressure where you can dramatically influence how people behave and react because of those social pressures, how much freedom do people actually have? They can't express themselves freely without consequences because of how much social backlash there is. So would you actually consider that to be a choice at that point? When you basically have to fear for your livelihood and shit like that? That doesn't seem very free.
Yeah, but like people,
It's like
other people choose for you, right? Like because you haven't participated enough until then. Like it's too late for you to choose because most people already chose, right? It's a majority. Like
what do you mean? I'm not talking about. Like I'm talking about social influence. You're talking about choice. I'm not sure how you.
what I'm
how you're
saying
closing
is
this
like
gap there.
the moment other people have enough influence over you socially,
Okay.
you know, it means it's too late for you to make a choice. Like you have let it slide for too long, you know, because
But-
now like.
But I wouldn't even call. I'm gonna. Okay, how to put this? I can't even say that they had a choice before that then, because that implies that. Okay, it's sort of like how consent works. You need to understand the information in order to consent to anything, and if you don't understand the information, it doesn't qualify. Information is like the operating element, and if you don't understand that you're going to be influenced, you don't have a say in how you're influenced. It's just going to happen. And then, yes, it's too late, but it's not like you knew it was going to be too late.
Rise.
Am I being clear, or am I just...
Yeah, like... It's
like, it's very complicated and convoluted, so I'm not sure if I'm expressing myself properly. I just have to hope. Isaac, you haven't spoken in a while. You argue. That's shaky breath.
Have you voted for anyone, Isaac?
Well, voting is anonymous.
Yeah, but have you?
Yeah, like when, well, there hasn't been an election for ages, so yeah. I did in all the last ones. But like...
Oh, look at you, participating
like,
in democracy.
If your decision-making is anonymous, you don't have to worry about social pressures, do you?
Not true.
Why?
Because people can still influence it even if you are anonymous. It just means that people won't know what you...
influence you, but not make... Like, it's not like you have the same threat of losing your livelihood if they know you voted for the Conservatives.
No, but you're never
know.
allowed to express your opinion, and then, like, the influence still goes in the same direction. It's just, like...
Well, it's like the voting could be the expression of your opinion to some degree.
Yeah, of course. But it goes both ways, like... Okay, if you're never allowed to express your opinion, but you're still allowed to vote, that's still a form of censorship and influence.
Yeah, but then being able to express your
do you really
opinion...
need a person over your shoulder with a gun pointing at you, making sure you vote for the right thing before it's like a problem?
No, but then it's like... the kind of... In the large scheme of things, you being able to say your opinion is like... not affecting much. Like, I still think you should be able to. I'm not disagreeing with that. I want to be able to say my opinion.
You say, what did you say in the grand scheme of things? Because I argue it's the other way around. People who are able to influence other people's decisions, even if they vote anonymously, will have more influence than the people who vote anonymously freely and are unable to say anything. Because if it can't be discussed publicly, then you can't influence the overall decisions.
I thought you meant more about, like, you being able to say your opinion to the people in charge.
I mean...
Because they won't give a shit about you anyway, so it's like, it doesn't matter what you say to them.
What do you think about, like voting without the right to tell or influence any other people how they are supposed to vote? Like
that's weird. That seems unsustainable because people will just do it like underground or like in private. Like, how are you supposed to enforce
that? In a mass media way,
like no advertising sort of thing.
So there's no advertising. There's no talk about
campaigns.
You're not allowed to discuss it publicly on the internet, but then people will just like start VPNs, and I'm confused.
No, as in like leaders can't go around the country and be like, vote for me.
Yeah. There's no money in it, right? There's no sponsorship.
I think that's
it's like people can talk, between each
Like,
other about it,
money
but
is
not
power,
like in a
so-
mass way.
So if like a president or like a what do you call them? Like electorship? What the fuck do you call them? I for some reason I forget half the words. Like when you're running for president, what is that called? Running for election?
Like nominate,
Osmanthus wine tastes the
nominated
same.
candidate or candidate.
But when you're doing the running, like you're running a campaign, that it has like specific verbiage, and like I can't ever remember it because it's so specific to this one thing. But
Yeah, running a campaign, like promoting yourself, whatever.
like
Yeah.
yeah, I mean that's basically what becomes part of it. Like being able to call around or like have rich people give
Lobbying.
money to the campaign, lobbying and shit like that. That is like inherently corrupt. It doesn't work. Like everybody should operate for the same playing field, where you should probably even like have the same amount of people on the campaign.
Yeah. Politics, like
because the money advantage just inherently makes things unfair. Like there are certain merits you should run on, which is the arguments and the movement itself. It shouldn't be how much fucking money you have, and especially if it comes from anonymous sources that could be fucking corrupt and like what you're saying for obvious reasons. Like you're going to support their fucking oil company. How the fuck is that shit allowed?
Because for me, it's like if I had some kind of, what I would have is like the candidates. It's like you'd have more debates. You'd have like, or like only debates, or you have almost like interviews.
Properly moderated, because how people aren't stopped during some of the shit that they say is insane to me. They just like let people talk, and then like they don't get interrupted, they don't get paused, they don't get told like this is factually incorrect based on what we know and here are the things. That should be ready. That should be on hand for the moderator. And I never see that. Why is it like that?
And what you have, you have something else where it's like, say there's like some sort of like, you have like prepared like, I don't know, like some sort of topics are like given to each candidate, and it's like they are given a sort of guideline. You can present a 5-minute presentation on your reply or your stance on this, and it's like they're played one after the other. That kind of like, you have some sort of standardized way of seeing what each party like stands for. It's not just kind of showing their personality and like they're good at arguments. It's like
certainly worth the extra mile.
They get like,
it actually frustrates me that people have to see them even talk in public, because I don't like how it basically turns into a popularity contest. Like there are certain, like it's a fucking job. People need to be qualified. That should be the only thing that matters. And yet everybody thinks that they understand what the hiring practice is of the fucking presidency should be. This is why I have such like low faith in democracy, even if it's the best system we currently have.
Yeah. Like, it's almost like you want, like, because you say you want meritocracy, but then it's like, how do you define what is merit-worthy?
Again, yeah, that is the problem. That's the same problem with free speech. Like, who gets to decide?
Quietly now.
Because everybody has like their own motivations to approve of one thing and disapprove of
But then
another.
it's like you could have like a system within a system. It's like you use democracy to like define a meritocracy, and then you run the country through a meritocracy. So it's like one step better, because it's not just democracy. It's like,
I mean, there are elements in place in the American system that I like, but it doesn't seem to be used correctly. Like this element of having senators, they're supposed to be like your representatives, and like this should technically work. How to put this? What you should do is that you have somebody like in your society or community at like various levels that you just trust, and then you just vote them in no matter what their background is, and then they should be able to like get educated as to what the processes are so that they can use their power to like fight for the people that they're supposed to represent. And then you have like an increasing hierarchy of competence from that point. And that should work.
Yeah.
But people don't engage with those lower levels. They go straight to presidency and fuck everything up immediately because you don't have the competency hierarchy. It's like idiots voting for the like most complicated position in the state.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah.
This seems obviously bad.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's my opinion.
Elon Musk just posted a video of him holding a sink while entering a Twitter HQ.
Is that supposed to be funny?
Yeah, his tweet is let that sink in.
Ah, Jesus Christ. He's doing prop comedy now? What the fuck is he? Carrot Top? Fuck off.
Time for takeoff.
Busted.
Funny man. You see, this is why Elon Musk earns the big bucks.
He's just like using memes as like advertising. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
He'll get like more. The stock of Twitter will go up just from him doing this video, like joking around. Like his description on Twitter is like Chief Twit. Haha. Do you get it?
Have you seen the? There was this one thing that he did, or somebody did to him back in the that was really funny to me, where there was like this meme Twitter account that Elon Musk for some reason like retweeted their shit, but only after cropping like the Twitter profile out. So basically, like, not giving them credit, which is, like, really weird. Why wouldn't you just fucking retweet it as it is? And then, like, he said weird shit like, oh, it was, like, a 6 out of 10 meme anyway. I don't know why you take pride in this. And I was like, when I see him write shit like that, I was like, oh, so you're saying that your Twitter followers only deserve a 6 out of 10 meme? Is that what you're saying? Like, what the like, none of what he says make any fucking sense. He just gets defensive for no fucking reason when he's the one acting weird. And then when he got backlash for that, he just shouts some fucking weird tirade about, this is why the progressives lose all debates or some weird fucking shit. Just made it arbitrarily political when he, like, I don't think anybody knows the political leaning of the channel, so why the fuck would you even bring it up?
Here comes the catch.
Yeah.
Making quite a few assumptions there,
Take it easy.
Musky man. So very cool overall.
How is your life being influenced, really? Like, not really.
By Elon Musk? Directly? Not very much, but he has a lot of influence elsewhere.
Imagine you didn't know he exists.
Yeah, I probably would know about any of this. Like, I don't invest in meme coins, but other people do. So, like,
but yeah, like
I can't imagine not hearing about him because he influences like so many stupid things that you don't expect. Like, he doesn't have to talk about fucking Dogecoin and shit like that, but he does, and then shit gets influenced.
Yeah.
So because he does weird shit like that, I don't understand how I would not end up hearing about him.
But no, I mean, I'm saying, what if you haven't? Like, what if you didn't know? Or, you know, like, if you could just, like, erase him from your life, would that change anything that you do or how you do it? You know, like...
No, I just have less to complain about.
Yeah, exactly, right? So, like...
Find more to complain about, something else.
Yeah, but, like, okay, but like, my point is that... I don't know how you do that, because you'd have to erase all the things he's associated with, which is shit like Dogecoin and SpaceX and the Boring Company and all these like scientific advancements, or, well, technological, like, I don't know, societal. Like, he has a lot of influence where I'd have to live under a rock not to hear about him.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's hard to do, like, just not going to the internet, really. I'm not buying any newspaper and not watching any TV and that such. It's all just media, really. Like that's all you. It's like PR and marketing, really. Like all you
I
get.
mean, I'd have to stay away from all news because again, like, he influences so many things where like you wouldn't even expect him to show up.
Yeah.
Like that fucking goddamn cave in Thailand that was flooding over, where an entire soccer team of kids were stuck inside, and people have to like dive in to rescue them. Why the fuck did Elon Musk get involved in that shit? All of a sudden he shows that like, out of the blue. It's like, here's my bootleg submarine I made for this special occasion, and people are like telling him to fuck off. Then he calls the other dude a pedophile. What the fuck is this? Like, this is what I mean. Who expects Elon Musk, a fucking billionaire, to show up and start talking about this? Like,
yeah.
I don't understand how I'd not hear about him when he pulls shit like that. Fucking weirdo.
He just goes and tries to pick like the most controversially, like most visible topic, and then like become part of it. He needs to be part of something, right? Always.
Always. Never not part of something. But that's how you earn the money.
And all the more valuable for it.
Who needs money, huh?
Not you, Isaac. Too good for money, huh? I didn't know we had some upper class snob who doesn't have to think about money here. Quick, kill him, eat the rich.
Eat the rich. No, I just live outside. I'm homeless.
Wow, okay. Why are you homeless? How you homeless?
Because my mind is my home.
From a body.
Body is rotting in the corner.
Whoa. And why is it doing that, Isaac?
Because of you bastard.
Are you having like an astral projection, a real out-of-body experience?
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm. What's that like?
Amazing. I'm looking at Dave's video now about squash and stretch.
I'm so disappointed more people don't use squash and stretch in 3D animation.
You see it in like Pixar and stuff, Disney, but
yeah, but
like
even there, it's
like
shit like the Goofy movie where Goofy's about to lose something and like he just flails his hands around. There's so much like bending and flexing of the fingers and shit in that movement. I want shit like that, but it's weird to see in 3D animation.
Well, it's funny, they're doing like the rig in this video is almost like looks the same as my one.
Haha. And here you thought you were so cool and original. Eat it. Man.
Oh, so, yeah, it's your idea, wasn't it?
I like how I say shit like that after I've admitted to you that one of my biggest shames is not being able to support my friends, and then I still pull shit like that. What is wrong with me?
I think, let me see how they do it.
Here we go.
Yeah, some pose mode as well.
So what you're saying is you're done with this topic, huh, Isaac?
Kind of.
Okay. Want to talk about something else? What about you, Dave? Any conclusive thoughts on Elon Musk?
I just wish I didn't know he existed.
Like I said, I thought it was cool in the beginning, and then he just kept doing one fucking dumb thing after another. I was like, oh god, why do I have to keep hearing about this? And like he's getting more and more extreme as well.
Yeah.
Like he did in the beginning, at least he didn't seem political, but now, oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. He's like, yeah, Trump back on Twitter. I was like, well, kind of agree, but I know you have different motivations. What about Kanye? Now there's a topic for you.
God. Yeah.
Gonna go DEFCON 5! Jesus Christ, somebody stop this man!
It's more mental sickness, huh?
Yeah, it's sad. It's like so many people I know look at him and just go. It's like he's bipolar. I try not to judge him, and I see that like it's making it really hard not to judge him.
Yeah. I don't think that's an excuse. It just really shows what he thinks. Like he has less ability to not say what he thinks.
Is another man's gem.
Yeah, but you don't know to what degree his conditions affects how he thinks.
Or yeah, how easily he gets manipulated too. Right?
Yeah.
Well, that's just how it goes, I guess.
Oh, that's a disappointing note to end it on, but I don't know what else to say either. I don't know what the fuck to do about it. Somebody please stop Kanye.
Never.
How would you?
Why stop him? Just listen to what he says and then, go back at him, Like he's got a big voice to bring topics to the front, and then people can, shoot him down or put him up.
That easy, huh?
Hell yeah.
Your solution is let them keep talking? That's the same as doing nothing.
Well, no, like, you reply to him. Let people reply to him.
No! He must be silenced. That's never backfired.
Shine down.
Scumbag.
That's me. Mr. Scumbago.
Mr. Scumbag.
Now there's a man you can trust.
I know what I'm doing tomorrow. No, I know what I'm doing tomorrow. I'm fucking watching that video.
Been helpful, huh?
Seems like he's doing similar. He's like solving similar issues that I'm like.
Isn't it amazing what sort of content is just free?
That's what I call treasure. Let's light it up.
Cool. Coolie. But then it's weird, like, for me, it's more like, what I'm making isn't so much like the rig and things, it's more like a workflow or like a... Hard to describe it. It's like, it's not really a singular thing, it's like a technique almost, or like a process that I'm trying to, like, organize. It's like really fast 3D storyboarding. That's like what my goal is.
Sure.
So it's like.
But you need the rig for it, isn't it?
Yeah, like the rig is a key component, but it's not just that. It's like all the other things. It's like.
And for storyboarding, you don't really need a rig. You can just make boxes and stretch them, right? Like.
Well, not really. It's not so much a storyboard. It's more like the complexity of it is actually more like an animatic, or like. It's because the idea of it is like you're showing this is like your template for making something. So it's like all the layout done. Like you could
Adventure time.
Say you do like a 2-minute thing, like a storyboard. You can literally show it to a production company and they can just copy it.
Let's light it up.
Yeah,
like they just get the cameras and actors and film it in exact same, and it's there, done. You've planned it out, everything.
Isn't that the point of the storyboard, though?
Yeah, but like. Also, if you want to do iterative changes quickly, like the person, like if you're working with a director and they want to make changes, instead of you having to redraw every panel like all the time over and over, it's like you just move the fucking character and like repose it a bit and change the color of the lights. And it's like really
there's a
fun.
tool called Storyboarder that does like 3D snapshots that you can then time differently, and you can post characters, you can add props, you can I think
But can you
it
suck
doesn't
a
let you
dick?
move things like animate and interpolate, but it just lets you just do as many snapshots, you know, so you can do like pose, and like in the same shot the elements.
But also, because it's in Blender, it's like you're doing the editing as well. You're doing the timing. You're doing.
Yeah, you can do that in, you know, any. You can do that in Premiere, right? Like you can just. You can.
Yeah,
make,
but yeah, but like you, it's not as efficient as just doing it all in Blender, like straight through. Like it's like the idea of what I'm making is like a 3D film set, and it's like you can.
Yeah.
Throw everything together, and it's like really fun. And like also, the idea of it is it's entertaining to look at as well, and like good
The
for people to
process
work.
is fun to look at.
Collaborative.
I remember you saying. Yeah.
And it's
like,
also collaborative.
You'd still need to just import assets and have that kind of workflow where
Certainly
you have
worth the
anything
extra
available to you, you know. So like, why not use Unreal or, you know, a storyboarder which has like some templates, like.
But then you don't have the freedom of like, I want to make a 50-foot ogre, and like I want to have crazy cartoony limbs, and like. But then
you can download an asset that does that for you.
Yeah, but then if you want to
He
design
wants to
your
use
own,
one asset for everything.
like the rig is like if you want, you don't want to be restricted by anything. You don't want to have to get someone else's asset. And that's the point. It's like you want it to be as free as hand-drawn storyboarding, but
He wants
3D.
to be able to just copy paste that model and reproportion it, and then he's done. Even though, like, arguably, drag and dropping an ogre into the scene would be just as fast. But then again, you can also like save the different proportions as different templates and then drag and drop those.
Yeah.
So
like, but then that's the point. It's like the more I use it, and the more stuff I make, the bigger library I get. So I'm also making a library which can increase efficiency as well. And because it's all a singular rig, you can copy paste everything across the different rigs and like the same character, and swap things out instantly. And like multiple, you can have like a crowd all doing the same thing and that kind of stuff. So it's more of like it's more of like a thing for me to use. It's like a perfect tool for me to like design movies, basically. That's like my goal with it.
Well, it's as hard to do that as building a game engine on your own. Like,
not really, because all it is the rig.
Well, if it's a humanoid, right? Like,
yeah,
you're gonna have like multiple versions where it's different scales, different proportions, different geometry.
that game engine would have to be really primitive for this comparison, but I don't.
No, but it's not. There's no difference in like the level of detail on the characters is the same. Like they use the same mesh and everything. It's like it's simplified. It's like storyboarding. It's like very simple. So
yeah, if it's simple, then it's possible. But
yeah, that's the point. It's like
to think about all these.
I sure wouldn't want like a fair variety of background assets though. Like
no, you can make like
bushes
the
and
level of
walls and
simplicity you're going for.
scenery.
Yeah, but like depending on the level of complexity. Like say you're doing like a fight scene in a warehouse. It's like what's important for the storyboard. It's like the size of the warehouse, and that's it, and like some boxes in the room. It's like you're not going to like full detail. It's like creating the simple environment is what 10 minutes. You know what I mean? It's like not difficult because you don't. It's not about like
Isaac. It's about those boxes in the background, okay, and the rust on the steel.
No,
It's all about
that's
those
the thing. Like,
details.
there is no textures. There's like no complex colors. There's no like intricate details. It's like pure simplified like planning. It's like concepting. That's what it's for. Because it's like the main question is like I'm answering is like, if you want to be a director, how do you practice being a director without anyone to direct? It's like, well, you have a 3D film set to like make your movies in, and then people can see your ability at directing by you showing them this is what my movie is, and they can just watch it.
By having a streamlined storyboard process.
Yes, and it's interchangeable and like adjustable, and
I will have order.
you can make instantaneous changes to it. And like redo it and get feedback instantly and work with people. Like
Man,
you can sit
think
next.
you're so cool with your ideas and shit.
Hell yeah.
So that's my non-contribution.
It's like if people care about the story, don't they? And it's like if people want more interesting stories, like the reason you have the reason you have like risk when like making new films and stuff is because it's like no one knows what you're gonna make, right? They could like they put loads of money in you and it's shit. But if you can literally spend a couple of weeks and like here's 30 minutes of what the film will be, like shot for shot, everything there, it's like the risk goes down like considerably because you're like basically showing them your film already.
Sure.
So it's like you're also eliminating risk for everybody because you're
If people
presenting
know what they're
them.
investing in them, yes.
Yeah, it's way more easier to pitch things because it's like here it is, just in a lower grade detail. But you have all the story elements, shot for shot, the editing, timing, posing, yeah. It's more of like a tool, like it's almost like a technique more than like anything. It's like an artistic technique, I guess. Not so much like the tool will solve everything.
You got a cool tool called storyboard. Do you think they? Seems like you're in competition.
Let me see what it looks like.
I mean, I haven't used it.
We want to make a movie.
But you still have to draw there.
No, there's no. You can draw on top of it.
Quake.
But Isaac, is drawing a significant penalty compared to having to pose things in 3D?
Wait, it's way better doing it in 3D.
Why?
Because it's like you still have to figure out the layout and how things look at different angles. So it's like you're spending ages just figuring out how to get the pose right.
I think it was called storyboarder. Was it different?
I'm looking at it now.
I think there was like a 3D version of it. Not sure if that's the one.
Free storyboard software 3D.
I think the biggest advantage of using something 3D instead of drawing is the fact that you can simulate the actual set that you'll be using easier. So, like for example, you want to create some sense of depth or distance from the character, so you somewhat hide the camera behind some objects on the living room table, for example, or like behind the chair, so it's like sort of obfuscated. You can do shit like that because you know exactly how the layout will be, whereas as a storyboard you'll just have to imagine certain things, and then when you're at the set you just have to take opportunities as you see them because you couldn't see the set initially. But
because it's like one of the key parts of it is like it's also something that's beneficial for someone who doesn't use it. Like, so my idea is like, say I'm at the computer using Blender doing everything, and then there's someone sitting next to me who's like, they're the one with the idea for the movie or like the music video or something, and it's like we can collaboratively sort of figure out what their vision is, like very efficiently. Like we can sit for a few hours, and like very, very quickly put something in place that helps them plan out what they want to make. And then, so like, say for a day they sit with me and we get basically the key things planned out, and then the next day I flesh it out more. Then third day we review it again, and then just repeat that until it's like what they want. So it's like after a week, you could have an entire music video planned out completely, like final shots, lighting, number of people, characters, camera angles, like
confused. How do you easily facilitate that?
Because you know, if you're gonna like film it live action, right? Yeah, it's like you need to know where, like say you already have a location or something, and it's like how many shots do I need? Where? How many cameras do I need? How many people do I need? What lights do I need? Like you know what you're trying to make come to reality on the camera. So instead of having like a basic storyboard or just something in pencil or something that like the director is also trying to interpret and explain to everyone else on the set, right? Like if you just have the music video playing as like a basic form, everyone knows what you're making. You're just trying to copy it,
I guess.
So the actors are like, oh, how am I supposed to do this scene? And you're just like, here you go, this is what it should look like. Oh, okay, I get it now, I'll do that. Like instead of trying to explain, like stand here, move here, go there, do that, it's like
Again, you're describing a storyboard and trying to figure out the...
It's not... It's like the level of detail, and because it's actually a moving video with all the shot changes and posing and everything, it's like... It's way easier for someone to see it and understand what you're trying to do.
Okay.
That's the... But also, it's not so much... Yes, it is a storyboard, but the time it took to make...
Okay, like, even if you don't want to... say that it's a storyboard, like you're trying to achieve basically the exact same function.
Yeah.
The point is like creating a readable preview so you know what to do once it comes down to recording.
Yeah. And it's like, it's also about the number of pieces to get the storyboard. Like, because usually say you have a director who has a vision, and then they try and get a storyboard artist to figure out what their vision is, right? And like back and forth, like they draw everything, and then it's like, no, do this different, da 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 da. It's like if you're in a 3D set and you're working literally with the director to figure it out, they just sit there and like, okay, move the camera up, down, left, right, light here, light there,
shake it all
change the
about.
pose. Like the process of them getting their vision out and explainable to other people, it becomes less about like the different pieces trying to interpret each other. It's not like the storyboard artist trying to figure out what the director wants. It's like the director has way more tools to like express what the shot they're trying to get is. They're like, they look at him like, oh, I don't like that. Move the camera left more. Like do a like above angle. Like
I want Dave's opinion on this. Like he's the one who's worked most closely to like planning scenes and getting shit working in a corporative environment.
You know,
do you feel like that part should be streamlined?
Like the way how previous is done?
Yeah. Do you think there's enough miscommunication to warrant improving that aspect?
Yeah, like I would actually.
Or is quick and dirty like good enough?
No, quick and dirty unfortunately isn't, because directors and like people that have vision, they see things
that are
in a clearer way, like in a way that kind of like is more what you can achieve in a short period of time, because you know, like you have ideals as a person that has ideas, right?
But does that seem like it depends on the individual, or is it pretty consistent that
it's pretty common from like it's still even the best directors, I think, are kind of like seeing things in a way that kind of undermines you, the one that is trying to satisfy them. Like, even though they understand the process and they know it's temporary and all that, it's kind of hard for them to be patient because it's like in their head, right? Like, it's right there.
Yeah.
Or like, even if it's not there, they know the feeling, how it's supposed to feel, right? When you are watching, you know, whatever they're imagining.
Yeah,
so
not
like,
everyone is like Quentin Tarantino, though, where they have everything planned in their head and all they need to do is like match actors, but even that they got planned out. Like, this is definitely a Samuel L. Jackson role right here, so I want him if possible.
So I think the best thing is to just have a playground that is very live, just like, I think what Isaac mentioned is just iterating real time with the person that has the ideas and the vision. Instead of doing reviews, right?
Exactly. It's like you're trying the director's vision of what they have in their head. You're trying to almost like get it out of their head, but also show them what that idea would actually look like. Like, say they've got some crazy shot idea, and then they look at it actually, and they're like, "Oh, actually, that's pretty ugly." Like, instead of wasting time.
This has to go sort of
the same as I remember.
Both ways. Like even if it's the director that has like the veto, you still sort of need to streamline communication because they need to confirm that they understand what the other person is trying to communicate. So I think if you could have like, how to put this, like almost like a Discord call or just like a chat room with the people there where everybody can like add things to the scene while they're communicating. Like, I think we should have this over here and this over there, and that everybody could like interact with the 3D environment at the same time could be helpful. It's like move this slightly to the left.
Well, that's the thing, like, because, and also that's another thing I'm talking about. Like, if I want to do this remotely, right? Say I'm doing it, but there was like a meeting.
Oh yeah, you talked about having it like a Twitch chat, being able to influence the scene and shit like that.
Yeah, but then also on Discord, because it's all singularly in Blender, you just share your screen, right? And it's like you can have infinite people looking at him, like make like, oh, my idea, try this angle, try that.
Oh my God, Isaac! Nobody denied that.
But that's like what you're saying. Like, other people can. It's not just the director. You can have all these other departments iterating on it. But like, because the point of it isn't to be like, you say you get departments that are like color and like the lighting people. It's like it's not supposed to be that detailed. It's mostly for like staging, layout, shots, like flow, editing, that kind of. That thing is not.
I think it's helpful to do all of that because you have to talk to all those departments eventually, and if you can just like have everyone in the scene and just like, okay, mimic this previous scene, and then like you get all the people to change all those settings who know what the fuck they're doing to make it as close to that as possible, and then you like start from there or some shit. That could be incredibly helpful, I think.
Yeah, but that's also in Blender. If it's in 3D, it's like you can give it to people. They can just, if they know Blender, they can just do what they want with it, right? It's like
there's just I feel like there's been a consensus about how useful simultaneous collaborative scenes are. Hasn't that been a thing in animation and game development, where being able to work on the same scene without having to synchronize it with a lot of convolution, and then you realize, oh, he changed one thing and I changed my thing and now they're in conflict, that sort of thing has like caused so many fucking headaches. So I think if you can set this sort of thing up, it could help things out tremendously. Like, imagine fucking walking onto a movie set, you change one thing and then you have to hit an update button and realize somebody did something else and you can't figure out like how to put things back. Like, that would be fucking insane in real life. People would quit their jobs. But we just sort of accept it in this 3D environment.
Yeah. It's like with like most storyboards are just black and white, right? It's like the main point of it is to be storyboard, not like you can progress it as much as you want. Like, obviously, because it takes more time to do all these other steps, like coloring and proper lighting and everything. It's like you can do as much as you want with it because the tools are there. It's like you can push it as much as you want. But like the other issue is because the rig I want to use, because I want it to be able to do like realistic proportion, super cartoony, loads of different things. It's the idea is it's simple and start like basic, simple shapes like a storyboard, black and white, right? It's about the story beats and the shots and like the staging and the flow of the story. That's the main function of it, because as a tool for me, it's like, how do you get new directors to like make movies and like make their stuff? They have to like pitch it. But how do you pitch a movie? Just like hope they like your script, but then you're reducing risk on the investor's part by just showing them, this is my movie, here it is, watch it.
Yeah, but is it going to be so streamlined that that still works? I don't know.
But like, think if you have, say you've got a film like a Quentin Tarantino film, right? Like the one, what was it, like Seven, the Wild, what's the one where it's like in the snow? The fucking like, I can't remember.
Hateful Eight.
Yeah. So like, how many characters are in that, right? Like
at least 8.
Right. So say there's 10 characters, okay? And like most of the film happens in that cabin or around that cabin, right? Like you can build all the assets very quickly, like in a week, right? So you have everything there that you need, and it's like if you and the director, or just the director himself, or what, they're like, how long would they have to actually spend sitting there, like posing it, staging it, like for themselves? Like it'd be a lot quicker for them to do that than it is like getting a whole team to plan it, a whole team to make a storyboard. It's like,
yeah, fuck that shit.
So it's more feasible for people that want to plan out their own things on their own time, sort of thing. And it's like you have all the assets. You're like, you have the film set or your hands, and you just do what you want with it, and you can show your own film. That's the goal.
Not all of us have a fucking film to show, but like you say, you just show them your fucking film, but can you actually just plan out your entire film and that not cost you basically thousands of dollars just because of the time investment? You think it can be that streamlined?
No, well, it depends on how much you like. It depends on the level of detail, right? It's like if you're.
But okay, wait. I think I've talked to you about this. Actually, I think I've talked to both of you about this concept that I find interesting, which is sometimes leaving an entire aspect out of the
wine taste
imagination, like leaving it undeveloped, means that you can let the imagination do the work, and that's usually good because for every element you start bringing life to, you also need to bring a certain level of quality to, otherwise things start seeming inconsistent. Like if you have a beautiful visual movie and the audio is like shit, the people are gonna notice that. So like,
yeah, but then it's not.
So I wonder if like just having your script when you're pitching your thing might be better, because then it's just untapped potential. But the second you start introducing the actual storyboards, even though you need to do those eventually. I mean, you had this issue in all aspects of the law. Like you've experienced this shit yourself, Dave, where you present something to like shareholders or people making the decisions, and like obviously this shit is placeholder, is going to be improved, but people like get demoralized because it's not a finished product yet, even though obviously it's not a finished product yet. We still have like an entire year left. So like that sense of progress seemed to counterintuitively disappoint a lot of people, which causes people to like misprioritize sometimes.
But then it's like I'm coming from a point where like there is nothing else. It's like me alone working
in a cabin with 7 other people trying to kill you.
Yeah, it's like you want to be a director, but you just work at McDonald's. So like in your free time, you want to plan out your movies.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough.
That's the function of it. It's not like it could be used for like it's like a tool for directors, and like
I just hope it has
pitch.
the result you're hoping for.
Yeah, but then it doesn't have to be. It's like the same way a
example,
storyboard doesn't
how
have all the
video-
finished movie, like music, right? Like
Yeah,
Disney
yeah.
doesn't have all their fucking voices
Yeah, of
recorded
course.
and music done when they've done their storyboard, but they
Yeah,
finish
yeah,
their storyboard
but-
like 2 years before they finish.
I just hope it doesn't have the same result as when video games try to give out demos, then it turns out it actually results in a loss of sales because that's like a weird counterintuitive pattern.
But then that's also where what I'm doing, it doesn't have, there's no actual like proper animation in it either.
Okay.
It's like storyboard. It's like animatic. It's like pose to pose. It's not. There's no fluid animation. Like the frame rate is like 1 frame a second. You know what I mean? It's not.
Mm-hmm.
It's like this. It's like the stories you get. You know, I always say it. The fucking Blizzard animatics. Right?
Yep. Yeah.
It's like that. It's like.
You and your goddamn obsession with those motherfuckers.
But also, Blender with grease pencil. You can draw
grease
over
pencil's
straight.
pretty good.
You can draw it like I've storyboarded everything out, and it's like I want to do the character expressions on their faces. Just fucking draw it
Hell
straight
yeah.
on into
You
Blender.
make it
right?
sound
It's like,
so easy. Just fucking draw it. You bloody
you just have no imagination, okay?
I
You have no
literally
vision.
don't. I literally have no imagination. I was like,
You
I
have
can't
no
even
belief.
imagine what imagination means. That's how
Time for
bad my
takeoff.
See,
imagination
that's the
is.
thing. So when you have pioneers like me, right? It's like no one believes you.
Yeah, not to mention you're so much sexier and cooler than me, and I'm purely speaking out of
Thank you.
jealousy, and it's really frustrating me.
I can tell.
Dave, please help me, okay? I'm really losing this debate.
All I feel is you just trying to shoot me down and like demoralize me the whole time. That's all I feel.
Yeah,
You're just like-
but it's frustrating
Like,
how it's not working.
who would want this? Like, who would want this? No one would want this. Like, there's already things around. You don't need to do this. Like, give up. That's just what you sound like.
I mean, the sentiment is not too far off, even if you're being sarcastic.
Because you just
No,
don't
but like,
trust
I mean, yeah, the thing is though, you sort of need to answer those questions. If there's not a market for this, you can't.
But then there is a market for it. Because I'm the market.
Okay, yeah, well, I mean, if that's all you need, I guess there's not much for me to say.
I'm mostly making it for myself.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
I'm real happy for you. I hope you buy plenty of copies of your own shit.
But then it's not about. It's not.
Dude, oh my god, sorry, I just thought something would be fucking hilarious. You make this, and then you buy like 1,000 copies, but then you write all of them off as a business expense.
But I'm not actually going to be selling it.
It's like an infinite money cheat.
Like the goal is like I'm not actually planning to like sell the rigs or anything.
Yeah, sure.
Because it's like it's more of like a service I offer. So I use the rigs to like give the
but
service.
like the thing you just like all of this seems to be like you have your justifications, but the end goal, as you described it, was that you're going to try and put this shit on Twitch in order to collaboratively make stories with other streamers or viewers at the same time.
So they give me the ideas. They don't ever get to use the rig though.
Yeah, sure. So then it's
So
all
it's
about
like-
the streamlining for you specifically,
Yeah,
even if nobody else
exactly.
can use it.
Yeah.
Sure. But then the topic becomes, is there a market for that?
Yeah, exactly.
And that you just have to gamble on because this is so fucking out of whack. I've never seen anything like you're describing this.
Pioneers, yeah.
Like the closest thing I can actually describe this as is like D&D campaigns that are like Critical Role, where everything's like
Yeah.
improvised live and they're playing it
Also,
out.
you know that videos you sent me of the like group of people that like draw an animation cell each, and then they see what it looks like at the end.
Yeah, I like that shit.
So it's kind of not like that exactly, but it's like
It has sort of the same feeling.
it has that potential. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like something like that.
Well, I hope so.
Or what I do is I just do it for like really like lewd, like non-safe for work shit, like
Because that's easy
furry-
money, baby. People
it's
always
like
pay with a
furry porn.
dick.
Exactly.
Specifically furry porn, huh?
Well, you know, good money.
Yeah. Are those the one who are willing to pay most? I don't know
have
the
no
data on
idea.
this.
But like you see all these fucking artists on
I mean, you
Patreon
seem
that
really
are, like,
confident. It seems like you had an idea.
it's like, yeah, well, so many people do like dirty shit, like
Yeah, but
I get so much money for it.
I didn't know it was furry porn specifically that got the most money.
That's not. Just, you know.
But
you get like these fucking like porn artists. They're like, oh, let's look at their Patreon. It's like, how much do they get? Oh yeah, like
$1 billion.
$10 a month, like just for drawing, like 2 pages a week. Of, like,
those are some horny boys.
Order guide you.
Yeah. It's just like Patreon for like smart.
Yeah. Dave, how come you're not doing that? That sounds like an amazing way to make money.
Yeah, Dave.
Oh, some friend suggested me to join them in creation of furry porn.
One man's
You talking about me, or do you mean like another friend?
Another friend.
Yes, this was the solicitation. This conversation right here.
Was it Will?
Nah, well,
It was.
I don't think he's into furry, but he's definitely into hentai. I've seen his fucking Steam.
Was it Henrietta?
Yeah, Henrietta.
Was it
Wait,
Tim Brunton, our old teacher?
Dave, do you put on a fucking fursuit? Is that what we're learning here?
Yeah.
When he
Dave's
goes to
already
the
made
bedroom.
it. That's his remote job. That's the remote job he's getting. Oh my god.
He's getting a remote job so he can wear a fursuit all day.
Yeah. That's definitely a remote job, you know, digital art. Fucking
You're definitely gonna require a remote job if that's how you're planning on living your life.
And like, depending on how risque you get with it, you might want to be in Thailand where it's like, you know, the laws aren't as bad. Or interpret it.
Or rather, just more degenerates. Or you go to the fucking red light district. Oh god.
Yeah, sit on the street.
Dude, what a fucking trajectory in life if you go to Thailand to draw porn in the red light district. You make a pursuit.
Oh yeah. I bet there's more.
My life.
You know, you used to do these
Dave,
like.
you should do that just for the meme.
You know those what do you call it? You know, like the porn websites they release like each country's like most searched thing.
Oh yeah.
I want to see like
just
which one is the
furries.
furry porn, like which country has the most, or like which state in America. Or like
Probably
I'm
Texas.
guessing America,
Texas,
but I don't know.
Let's see Texas, dude. That doesn't make any fucking
I'm gonna look it up,
sense.
see if I can find it. Let's see.
If it's not Texas, they're lying. That was so stupid. But maybe true.
Here comes the catch.
Reddit user created a worldwide heat map of furries. Okay.
That can be interpreted vastly differently.
Different visuals for each country, right?
Yeah.
Catered to their culture.
Worth the extra mile.
So many furries in Germany, apparently.
Ah, sehr gut. Sputz in mein Asche. God damn it, you guys know no German? Fucking uncultured swine. Hitler would be so disappointed.
Seems like there's a lot
Exactly
of...
because of him, I don't know fucking German.
Maybe I would have learned if he wasn't fucking racist.
Seems like most of the
Do you think
furries
Hitler
are...
would be...
Time for takeoff. Yahoo!
Stabilize.
It's like, how are you supposed to answer anything except yes?
Things are about to get dicey. Gotcha.
Like, on the map, it shows, like, Germany. And...
I mean, you
like,
think so based on what you said. Isaac, you got a lot to explain.
I know my audience. I don't have to move to Thailand now, I just stay here.
Exact location. And then, like, the heat map, like, your house specifically is like a burning sun on this heat map.
Like an atom bomb. Here's the image.
Oh my fucking god.
Pockets in, like, Moscow. Is that
Osmanthus
Germany?
wine
Or is
tastes
that...
the same
What country
as I
is that, Germany?
remember.
Seems like mostly
But
Germany,
where
yeah.
are those
No, that's
who
not
share
Germany.
the
Oh, yeah.
memory?
What do you mean that's not
Yeah.
Germany?
No, it's
There's
just
France to
like-
the left of it.
Paris. But it's weird how it's, like, all of Germany. Not just, like, the capital cities and stuff. It's, like, the whole country.
This is what happens when you have a ruthless dictator.
Yeah.
Do you think Hitler would be disappointed?
Definitely. That's why they're doing it, to spite him.
Disappointed with what?
Wait,
The Germany are all
this
furry.
explains so much. There's a porn game on Steam called Furry Hitler or some shit. Maybe it's based on this.
Interesting.
Yes, go on Steam. I swear to God, that's the thing.
I saw some really well trending thing on Steam that was
what,
pretty
porn?
bad.
Think you can
Yeah,
get away?
pornish. Wasn't it like an elf?
Oh yeah,
Sex-
yeah. Oh yeah, it was the upcoming shit, and you told me that, and I was like, wait, what? And then I found it immediately, of course, because you know my fucking history. Or, well, wait, history isn't correct. Just fucking recommendations. Sorry, let me see if I can remember it. It was Elf Milk Farm. What is it with all these milky games? Spooky milk life, I will never forget.
It's like milking like tits of ghosts or something.
I don't even know what I was supposed to imagine.
Like
but all of it's good.
Project Zomboid has on sale.
Oh yeah, I bought Disco Elysium, like the final cut. It's like £8. It's like 75% off.
Oh shit!
It's crazy.
Wait, do I have the director's cut? Because I just had the original
Nah,
copy.
you just got original one, I think.
But I swear to
What
God,
one
they
did you
just
just say,
updated the
Dave? I
game.
can't remember. Well, maybe. Yeah.
Project Zomboid is
£10. What about RimWorld?
We could play that
Yes.
together, right? We should do that. But yes,
Which one?
RimWorld is on sale, but
10%.
it's not much. Yeah, dang it. What an emotional roller coaster that was, huh?
Oh.
Yeah.
I saw the green. It's like, oh.
I saw
Project
the green.
Zomboid.
That sounds like a name of a book.
Yeah, some kind of pretentious shit. I saw the
Yeah. The lean, mean green machine.
Well, I can get Project Zomboid for like £5 on
Oh my fucking god.
eShop.
Ah.
We can get the 4-pack.
Oh, we should do that then.
Pack. Project Zomboid 4-pack.
Someone else would have to get the 4th one though.
Can one compare yourself and give it a
Our
3?
friends or.
Yeah. Do I know somebody would play that with me? I don't think so, unfortunately.
Nah. Can you? No, you can't like resell games, can you? On the marketplace. No.
Wait,
And
if
gift
it
it,
if it comes with a key, maybe you can, and then you pull the same shit that those fucking companies do.
Maybe that's why it's cheap on these key sites, because everyone's got the fucking extra ones. Trying to sell them off.
Maybe.
There's a police simulator a game that's multiplayer.
Unsolicited.
Welcome to
And all the
Brighton.
more
Join the police
valuable
force of a fictitious American city.
Right.
Interesting.
That's a bit of an odd location.
Yeah. Isn't that
After
where
the
PewDiePie used to
fall.
live?
Yeah, it's like coastal. It's like the biggest kind of.
Do you think he
well,
does a
the
drive-by in the
seaside.
game?
It's a nice like seaside town thing.
What about
Yeah.
V Rising? Have you played?
I do want to play that, and I prefer doing it multiplayer, even though I'll probably play it by myself if you wouldn't.
It's V Rising.
It's
It's like a Diablo-like.
Yeah, but it's also a survival game, and you like build bases and shit.
As I remember.
Yeah, like the structure has me interested,
Yeah, like you have.
and it seems well
permanent
developed in
residence,
all
maybe.
the areas that I've seen. Like the combat isn't like straight up waves of enemies and everything dies like it's paper mache. Like you actually have to dodge and try to space out your abilities and shit like that. So it's still a bit more involved. So I respect that.
It actually looked quite interesting.
I'd play it, and I prefer playing it with you. So let me
Raise
know
your
if you can buy it.
castle, thrive in ever-changing open world. How much is it on key sites?
But you were most interested in Project Zomboid before, but now it seems like you don't have the same enthusiasm.
Yeah, I feel like you'll play it a few times and it'll just be like grinders, but it's just like slow and kind of
Yeah, possibly. But like,
Best
it's
to
a
play
sort
with
of game that we
friends
could play
best.
while talking like this, and I'd be fine with that. Like slow burns aren't necessarily bad because they facilitate each other. Like it can still be a social experience. Like the best social games I played are like very low intensity because you can just like talk shit during them.
Yeah.
Like,
there's a lot of like slow periods.
Remember what the fuck was it? Not King's Quest. What the fuck was it? King something that we played?
Yeah.
That was very slow paced, but I fucking loved that shit. I even considered playing it again.
Is it? I don't even know which.
For the King.
About the one where we're doing turn-based.
The turn-based shit,
decisions.
yeah. That was basically tabletop. I was fine with that. I thought that was fun.
Yeah, like I really like games that force you to interact and talk to people before doing something.
Here comes the catch.
Like I feel like Diablo and stuff like that doesn't really. It's too real time, too independent from
and then
like.
your eyes glaze over, but you can't really talk because you don't want to accidentally die fighting something. But you don't really cooperate. So it's like, okay, you deal with this, Steven, I deal with this. You just fucking. All of us are living chainsaws, and we're just running through the mobs as fast as possible. It's fucking fascinating how that's become like a fucking genre.
Yeah.
I say as I play fucking GenChin Impact, where combat doesn't matter either.
Yeah, getting shit.
Yeah.
Getting short.
Like, World of Warcraft was kind of like that, right? As well.
Yeah.
We could just talk because there was no. Like, you were traveling most of your time and.
It's like all the challenge was in the dungeons, and it was really frustrating for me. Because I couldn't find people to play with me. You think I have friends?
Yeah, I'll probably get Zomboid then, I guess.
This is order.
I mean, it's 75. No, wait. How much off was it?
33. It's better, you know, it's not too bad. But like, I'm on the key sites, it's like half, like 60% off.
It's 33 for 4 keys or 4 games, so it means it's almost 8 pounds, maybe 8 euros.
Yeah, but then it's like we need a 4th person, right?
Depends on if you want to include him or not. Because the price, is it still
Well,
worth it just for 3 people?
No, like if you buy it on your own on Steam, it's the same price. Like, it's equal to buying the 4-pack with 3 people is the same as buying it each.
Yeah, but David's moving to Thailand. Maybe I'll get a friend first.
I'll just gift it to someone else.
There you go.
Well, no, I can buy one for £5, so I might just do that. They're half price.
Thereby fucking the dynamic here.
Hell yeah. Well, yeah, I guess. Well,
you can just get it.
But if you buy it on your own, it's the same price.
Yeah, but
like on its own, it's £10.
How about you?
And if you buy it as a
full
pack, it's £10.
Isaac. Buy us 3 keys, Isaac. That's how we're doing it now, and then just copy paste it to us.
Yeah.
Right.
Gift.
Are you doing it?
It sounds like it. I respect this man.
No, what
He's a man of action.
No, but like some of them, it's like on these key sites you get them by like gift. So like I don't know if you can get these that way.
Well, we can. It's just that we don't like to, maybe.
Well, I mean, like, well, it's up to you guys. I've never had a problem. Do what you want.
I've never bought from a key site, and I don't want to send them any of my credit card information, but if Isaac could buy it for me, I'd just pay him, I guess. I just have trust issues with these sites. Because I remember there being key sites where people bought from them, and then Steam was just like, these keys are stolen, and then they just took all of the keys back, and people were just like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And that would be a nasty surprise for me.
Alright, I got it.
Mad lad.
Mad man. You fucking got it.
But I don't know how to gift it. Give me a sec.
Oh, well, you got the 4-pack?
Yeah. Oh, there we go. New items.
Fuck me, Dave. You cost me £5. You son of a bitch.
Wait, is it 10 per person? What do you mean?
Well, okay, well, it depends if Dave wants to split it 3 ways or 4 ways. Don't mind.
I like a good 3-way. Dave's like, fuck sake.
That's the plan for Thailand. Woo.
He just fucking recoils.
Some motherfucker sent me
You see,
a gift.
this is why every comedic dynamic needs a straight man. Dave is so straight he can't handle the thought of homosexuality.
Like me and you are out, so it's got to be Dave, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're my battle wife, so that completely fucks the dynamic. So we all know you'll be pretending.
I'm just desperate, so I'll do anything.
What is your nickname again? Fucking hell, forgot.
Fucking long bullshit.
Who, me?
Tiddly something.
Tiddly fucking snarl.
Snargle, sniff, tickle, slap. Jesus Christ, it's not that hard. Wait, shit, you just made me dox myself. Fuck you.
Maybe you should be just Chinston, huh?
Yeah.
No!
Or you're,
I mean,
you're going to get doxed by all those viewers and people that want to get you.
That's a joke, Isaac. Thanks for explaining it.
I hope you do get doxed.
Jesus.
Find a note on your door.
Dave, Isaac's being mean to me. Dave.
Good.
Fucking, you're supposed to play the mother in this situation.
He's straight man.
Yes, and me, motherfucker. Okay, well.
Beat that fucker up.
Jeez.
How do we send the money to you, Dave? How do you want it?
You just buy me a thing.
Make paper airplanes and throw them in the direction of Thailand. It'll get them.
Hold it over us for like years and be like, you still owe me that money.
Yeah. I'll send you like a voicemail. Yeah.
It's like you never give us an opportunity to pay back.
He keeps demanding the money, but the second we have the opportunity to pay him, he won't accept it.
I have the money. What is your PayPal?
It's like, I'll break your legs. It's like, but I'm trying to give you the money. I don't care. We gotta break them anyway. Fuck, you could feel like confusing me, man.
He's like breaking your legs as like the coins are like falling out of your pockets, fucking everywhere. It's like the money's right there.
Yeah, Isaac,
Shut up.
There's no way you have enough money if there's fucking coins falling out of your pockets. What are those fucking pirate doubloons? You need fucking dollar
it's not
bills.
fucking, it's only like £8. It's not that much fucking coins, is it?
Okay, man. I thought in this hypothetical that it was like a little more,
Oh yeah.
I don't know, at stake. It's like,
But he keeps charging us interest, but he wasn't there to pay us back.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
just been stacking
100%
up.
interest per week, and we're like, no.
It's like,
I can pay you right now.
It's like, no, I'll be back next week. But I won't have the money by then. Fuck you.
Did you redeem it or get it?
Yeah.
I think you didn't, Alex, right?
I haven't checked. Oh, I received a gift. Oh, best wishes. I like how you filled this out, Dave.
Yeah, it's very thoughtful, isn't it?
I think there's like a certain way you have to like set up the multiplayer though. I don't know how easy it is.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I
I
remember.
don't know either.
I think it's easy.
But where are those?
It's like
who
someone has to
share
host,
the
isn't it?
memory?
Yeah, well, how about you host this dick?
Oh
God.
Uh-huh.
I've already downloaded it already. Nearly there.
I'm wondering if, for shits and giggles, if I should tag all my, or title all my streams with incredibly controversial shit for shits and giggles. Hitler did nothing wrong, etc.
Well, maybe not that extreme, but like.
And then you guys who don't give a shit don't even know about it. And you come on stream and you have to suffer with me, track you down with me. Fucking, that's friend of the year material right there. Man, this desert sucks. I don't know how to navigate it. They just block me. I don't have access to anything. Who designed this? How late is it? Oh my god. And how long does Project Zomboid take to download? Oh my god.
6 gigs.
Will we have time to try it?
Maybe later. Because otherwise I'll get bored by it because I'm tired.
Okay.
Yeah, just do it another time.
Okay, lads. Whatever my sweet baby boys want.
Mad lads.
Play on my own and learn all the secrets.
And then be bored by the time we want to play it with you.
Yeah. Just over-explain everything and ruin all the excitement. Just fucking make it a horrible experience.
Jesus Christ. That's like the exact dynamic I have with a friend of mine where he's just like, oh, we should play this together. And by the time I was like, oh, no, I finished that game. It's like, you son of a... Why would you... Ah! Every goddamn time. You hear me? Every time.
How dare you?
God, why does water taste so good sometimes? But only sometimes.
Only sometimes you have good water. Half your water's terrible.
I still have Don't Starve Together as a gift. And I don't know why.
Didn't I buy that for you guys?
Well,
in order to get you to play with me?
Why would I have more copies? Maybe I bought the 4-pack and I should blackmail you for the money as well.
God, building that. You should have all these 4-packs, Jesus.
Yeah, because why buy one game when you can buy 4?
Take it. Too many gifts.
Listen, Isaac, you're not epic enough of a gamer to understand, okay? Dave understands because he is an epic gamer.
Okay. Let's focus on the gay bit.
Gamer, huh?
He's a gamer, okay? That's...
A gay mermaid.
We use the gender-neutral term merperson here, Isaac.
That's Merfolk.
Howdy, y'all.
Merfolk. I swear that's a thing in, like... Isn't that a thing in...
One Piece.
Solidify!
No, it's like merman. Isn't it, like, I swear... Pillars of... No. Pillars of Eternity?
Pillars of Eternity?
Don't they have, like, mer people?
Oh, I know who you're thinking of. The Juana. They're like... They look kind of aquatic, but no. Some of them look like they have gills and they have like shark teeth. They live in the Caribbean area. Deadfire.
Semi-aquatic humanoids.
Yep.
Yeah. Folk is usually associated with like the fantasy world.
Did you hear there's a remake of Witcher? Remake?
Remake? No, why?
Or like Witcher 1, isn't it?
Yeah.
I heard there was gonna be a reboot.
There is a reboot, but there's also a remake.
Okay, well, I guess they're giving up on new franchises after the fucking...
I didn't know, because didn't they think they had a thing where it's like
they're making
new trilogy?
You can get away.
Yeah. And they have
I sent you that picture. Where's that image I sent Alex ages ago?
Solidify!
So I stopped saying your name on the stream.
Huh? Yeah, I'm 100% Chinston. Like, I think it's a good habit to develop on this game. If I gotta keep doing this.
That's why I sent that picture in the chat ages ago. Like the Witcher, like the CD Projekt Red's like plan. I did say
Here we
that
go.
image, didn't
I mean, you say ages ago. It wasn't that long ago, so that ends up confusing me.
I can't remember if it's like this chat or if it's like I sent it to you.
Like, we try not to bombard the comment chat when we have conversations, and if we had a conversation alone, then it's probably in that chat, yeah.
But I thought it was like, oh no, it is in this one.
Okay.
How do you reply?
I don't remember there being any. What was it we said? Remake? I don't know what.
If you look at the thing I sent in the group, like, you click to see attachment. It's that one.
Yahoo!
It's like new Witcher trilogy.
Yeah.
Now they're doing a remake, and then they've got
the
another.
Majoris is their remake.
Okay. So it's like third party though. It's not.
They're making a trilogy, and they're making like a top-down version of Witcher, I bet.
And then that's that new IP.
Top-down.
Are they making a fucking multiplayer dungeon crawler?
I think it will be dungeon crawler like Diablo, maybe with multiple Witchers.
Okay. I mean,
that makes sense to me. Like, otherwise, a single-player one doesn't make sense. Like, why make a cheaper version of The Witcher, which, you know,
I mean, they
has less visual splendor.
Are they gonna try and capture some of the magic of the old one, or just gonna go full Diablo arcade style with it?
I think they'll have to, keep it faithful. But like, I don't know. Like, it's been a while since I've seen it. That first game. I bet they'll just, make
like if it plays more like Bastion, where you actively have to dodge roll and shit like that, then you can't just remove all your defensive abilities. That is more, like it's more reactive, because the biggest problem about those fucking Diablo games is that, again, like, you just play like a fucking idiot through most of it, because it's about killing things as fast as possible instead of like survival. Basically, it doesn't matter until you reach a point where you just start dying, and then the game doesn't work anymore, because they don't give you the tools to like handle the situations, and they haven't trained you to deal with the situations because you never had to. Like,
they might just go and approach it like a Dark Souls in a top-down version with co-op. Yeah, like if everyone dies, then you start from from the whatever place you were all camping at or whatever.
Osmanthus wine
Phantom Library, is that Phantom Liberty? Is that an expansion? Just the first one, I guess.
Yeah. Like an add-on. It's like a DLC.
Orion seems like
it's like Cyberpunk 2, I think. That's what they've said it is.
Phantom Liberty doesn't sound like fucking anything. What are you saying it's about?
No, like, it's just a DLC.
For what?
For Cyberpunk.
Okay.
And then they're doing it in Cyberpunk 2, I think.
Oof.
Yeah. Either a spin-off or Cyberpunk 2, yeah. Hadar is
I hate that world so much. I think it's so bad.
You talked to me about it, right? Like, you hated the whole mentality of characters, like, oh, we'll die for this one dumb moment to be.
Yeah, I also talked to Isaac about it before you showed up, like how
gangsters.
Like how like it's supposed to make you sad, but it also just frustrates the shit out of me. It's like, it's technically an effective narrative structure, and I like it, but it's used so cheaply. It's like, when you can really empathize and understand the self-destructive behavior, it's really effective. But when it seems so fucking avoidable and it doesn't feel justified, it feels cheap, but it's still like sort of sad. But sad on like multiple levels that shouldn't be there as well.
Yeah.
Like, perfectly avoidable.
I think it would make more sense if you knew what your character went through when they were kids, like when they were a kid, like a someone having a lot of money.
I don't really know what the story fully is in Cyberpunk, although it is kind of similar from what I've seen, where you have a a bad
Gangster.
childhood. You don't really see the full childhood, but you have the introduction where you hang out with another gangster and you go through some shit, and then he dies, and then I don't know. It's not really a quest for vengeance, but something like that.
It's like more living your best life.
Also, you live as an Instagram model. Hashtag living my best life.
Yeah. It's like a male version of your best life. It's just being a criminal because you don't have anything else to tell.
You see, this is what video games are. It's all about the male power fantasy, being a criminal. That's the
Being almighty
sexist shit
powerful
I've
criminal.
heard, and it comes from a man. Jesus Christ.
Well, that's being poor for you, but you wouldn't know anything about that in Norway, right? Being a gangster there.
Yeah, losers.
You don't think we have any gangsters or drug dealers or anything like that up here? Okay.
No.
Well,
You
you
come
do,
visit.
but
I'll
they
let you go.
it's like they earn their like it's a side job, like they're like super rich
absolutely. Like
and they take it as a side job because they're like bored by their normal
of course.
average
Why
job.
else would
that
you
they
do
have.
it? We take care of our people, of course. Yeah, like sorry. Yeah, we have this amazing thing called welfare. So yeah, people don't have to do drugs or deal drugs, but boy howdy, if you're bored, you sure can.
If you want to be a rich man or a gangster, you can.
Yeah.
If it's your fantasy to be, I guess.
Yeah, like this is like if you want to live life like you're in GTA, Norway's like easy mode. Then you can like upgrade to I don't know, Romania, fucking whatever.
Wow. Is that an upgrade?
I'm assuming that's like medium difficulty. I don't know. Like, what's the highest difficulty?
Imagine a game would be like you start as a gangster in one of the like Eastern European countries, and you just like level up, and you like go to like more dangerous.
Yeah, but like I'm kind of confused because I realized I'm not sure I'm defining difficulty in the correct way, because you can have difficulty in terms of the gangs you join are more ruthless, but that could be beneficial. But also, it could be harder to be drug dealers in some countries because of how hard they crack down on drug dealing. So is it harder to be a drug dealer in Mexico? Or is it harder in, I don't know, America or some sort of puritanical society where like there's like zero tolerance for drugs? Because the cartel is pretty ruthless. I'm not sure what the survival rate is as a gang member.
Yeah, there's different kind of competition there, right? It's more, I don't know. It almost seems like American police has turned into a gang. It's like itself.
Oh
like,
yeah, you have like subcultures there.
Like they're so corrupt that they sell drugs as well, and
I mean,
and like
you shouldn't generalize too much. Like there are some stations that have like insane reputations, but it doesn't mean that that's like how it is like across the country. I think there was one in Chicago or New York that just did some fucking insane shit. Have you heard about some of this? Where like it actually like it's like literal banditry. They like just like stop cars in the street for no reason and then just like confiscate things, and then because they're allowed to keep them, and that's like how they sustain the fucking police station. Unironically, it seems to be how they do it. That is so the wildest shit I've heard.
So if they run out of like pens and like whatever, they just steal it from people in cars. Do you have a pen, please? Are you holding a pen? It's a dangerous pen. Can you harm anyone with it?
It's a little worse than just stealing office supplies when you're just breaking into people's cars basically and going like, this is mine now, try and stop me.
Imagine being so badly paid as a cop that you would like steal like people's like fast food as they like leave McDonald's.
No, but that's the thing that's confusing. It's like you as a cop can't personally keep this, but the station can. So like, so it actually is like bad membership in some ways. Because
it's an institution, right? Like,
yeah.
Probably like,
but how the fuck you can have laws that work like that when you have this obvious conflict of interest and then you have people taking advantage of it and it's the people in power that is fucking insane.
Probably like,
guys, gotta go have a great rest of this colorful discussion.
I had fun. Thanks for joining me. I'm happy we had like just a full-on conversation. We haven't done that in a while.
It's because I hate them. I can't stand it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do this to you. See you later, Dave. Bye. Let me know if... Damn it.
Let's go.
Yeah, I really... That's why
Your
I said
mic is like popping in and out.
I don't know what to do about it. Could be that I'm too close.
I'm not downloading
It's like
it.
a pop filter.
Where do you want to go
Disco
next?
Elysium is like new area and
If you'd
stuff.
like to see Liyue's tourist
Don't
spots,
tempt me, Frodo.
I have a few references.
Tempt, I want to tempt.
God, but like, I spent fucking more than 60 hours in the game last time.
Well, there's another area, okay? I think there's another...
There's probably more lines of dialogue, everything's probably been improved, and they're really competent, which makes it really fucking tempting. I like, stop.
What did they say? It was like...
God, Disco Elysium was fantastic.
Did you hear, like, I think like,
that
most
shit
of the...
had like proper fucking world building. I respect them for that. It's been so long since I've seen like quality world building.
I think there was like a main team that made it, and then all the team that made it got like fired.
Like, Disco Elysium?
Yeah,
What?
like the owner, the guy like running the company, like kicked out all the people that like made the game.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense to me.
Nope.
Where the fuck you hear this? Like, I'm sorry, like, I'm not willing to believe that somebody who's able to make a game of that high quality didn't have other competent people on board and would benefit from firing all of them. This does not add up to me. Not to mention be the type of person who would do that.
So it's basically it's like, but that's the thing. It's like the guy who owned the company. It's like the people that did the main work on it. He's like got rid of them all. Like so, the people that put the effort into making it a great game, he's kind of got rid of.
But at what point he still made the director's cut?
Disco Elysium editor said key Disco Elysium developers involuntarily left the company. 3 lead core members of the team haven't been at the studio since 2021.
Okay, now this doesn't make sense to me. Sounds to me like how to put this? The actual creator can't have been like the technical leader in that case, then that doesn't make sense to me. It has to be some sort of like fucking producer or some shit that didn't have much say in it, but could make the decisions ultimately. Like, I mean, remember what happened to Avatar? You get rid of one competent guy, and suddenly everything turns to shit. Like, I mean, to say everything turns to shit, I still think it's good. It's just that it lost a lot of the shit that made the original Avatar like so good.
Yeah. Disco Elysium lead designer, writer, and art director involuntarily left the company.
Wait, sorry, lead designer? Give me the list again.
Robert Kurvitz.
Lead designer sounds like the actual creator. Like, that's what I associate that with. That's like who plans how everything fits together, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Unless you have like a creative lead, but if I don't know how they use the titles and
Then
structures
it's like,
within the
well,
company,
like you
I
have a
can't
lead
really...
designer. Well, if you have a game director, right? It's like, depending on the size of the team, it's like the game director could be doing loads of the writing and designing.
Yeah, but
right?
that's another thing. Like, titles aren't always consistent between companies. So, like, things you associate with one title is adopted by another,
Boats
and then
are
the
made
title
for
isn't even
transferring
there
commodities back
anymore.
and forth.
Sometimes, so I don't know. Like, until I know who the fuck did the firing, I can't really understand the logic here.
Who was the guy? I swear there was like one guy who was like the...
Like, also, like, if I owned a company and I heard that shit, I'd probably hire them like immediately. Those people sound like a fucking gold mine.
Yeah.
Where'd you find
so like the game is credited like designer of the game, Robert Kurvitz, the one who left.
Yeah, okay. So it must have been like some executive producer, even CEO, I guess, possibly. Like,
right.
Oh my god!
Osmanthus
I'm not buying the
wine
next
tastes
game.
the same as
I'm not buying the next game. There's no fucking way it's gonna be good if that's what they've done. That is such a waste.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? For fuck's sake! Oh my god. Oh, that is annoying.
It's like, who's left at the like...
Yeah, that's sort of the question.
There's like 4 people of the... Like, how big was the team that made the game? I don't think it was that big. So it's like... Who got rid of them? Like, if it's like... Who owns the game then? Like, the company, but like, who owns the... I would have thought this guy who invented the game, like, it was their first game, so he was the owner of the company, you know what I mean? That was my impression.
No, like, publishing rights makes shit really...
I know, but it's like...
You don't own the rights usually. Like, even if it's
like,
your idea, it's your baby and all this shit, the
But like,
publishers own, like, fucking everything.
The developer and the publisher are the same thing. Same company. It's like developer and publisher.
If you're indie, but this game seems too big to be a person's first project and self-published.
Maybe, yeah. But like, the developer and publisher are the same. So it's like...
That can be true, but most likely this is a pre-established company and they just took them on.
Kurvitz established the Zorm team to create the game. Using the name Zorm or Zorm. So like, he created the name of the company. Company founded 2000. He founded the company.
This is confusing. This is really fucking confusing.
This wine tastes the same as I remember.
Yeah, so I'm willing to believe that because he clearly got a bunch of competent people. So wouldn't be surprised if he like got everyone on board. But then he got fired along with everybody who's competent. I'm not buying the next game. You see why, right? There's no fucking... Jesus Christ. It's so important to have competent people, and he clearly found, like, the cream of the crop. And then this dumb motherfucker at the top just goes, "We don't need you guys. We already got the IP. You fucking asshole." Oh my god. It's fucking... It's Blizzard all over again. I'm fucking so annoyed with this shit. Why can't they just have companies just stay consistently good? Because the people are still on board. But no, like, people just, like, sneak off and disappear or fade into the ether consistently.
Because it's like, the game, it's on Wikipedia, right? It's like credited, like, designer, writer, Robert, right? So that's it. And then artist, Alexander Rostov, he's another one that left the company unwillingly.
Knowledge guide you.
And it's like, there's no other credits. So it's like, I know it's a small game, but I can't imagine 2 guys made it. and like there's other people that made it. So it's like at least 10 people or something. But it's like he founded the company and came up with the name of the company and got the team together. So it's like, is it literally just through like the need of money and investors and he has no ownership of it, or like someone's pushed him out basically?
Quietly now.
I mean, greed is basically always the answer in these situations, but even if it's greed that's motivating this is a bad fucking decision. Like, again, I would buy them immediately if I owned a fucking company. And this motherfucker just went, nah, we don't need this.
Majority of the game's funding was provided by Estonian businessman Margus. Okay, there you go.
I'm sorry. Like, that place has a bad reputation, and after this, it'll only get worse for me, baby.
It's like, overall, by the time of the game's release, Zom had about 20 outside consultants and 35 in-house developers. A team of 8 writers assisting Kovitz in the game's dialogue. Majority of the game's funding was provided by Estonian business. Okay, so the game and the company is owned by someone else, pretty much.
Yeah.
He like sold it all just to make it.
God, this is exactly what it smelled like.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Then you think it's like it probably would never have been made if you hadn't ever, you know. Given the game probably would never have been finished if he hadn't given it away, basically.
Well, yeah, like people want financial everything, financial gains, financial safety, all that shit, financial leverage. Like, if they just have ownership and they can do whatever they want, then they can make more money. But the fact that they fired these people, Jesus fucking Christ, what?
Yeah, and like the people that got removed, they're doing a lawsuit now or something. Or like one of them is or something.
I mean, I don't know what the fuck that contract said. Like,
yeah. It might just be like false, like firing, you know what I mean? Just a lawsuit about wrongful termination. So.
I don't know what qualifies as a wrongful termination. It's the problem. Like, I don't know how easy that shit is to get results on.
After initial release, Kovitz announced plans for an expansion and a full sequel. But now, no.
I had, like, this would be one of the few fucking games that I would actually look forward to, and now I can't.
Yep. Like, even I like playing it, and I'm like,
yes!
I don't play games, come on.
I don't get excited about fucking anything either. I was like, I play when it gets out, and maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. But here's like, dude, they're so fucking competent. They actually have a direction. I like where it's headed. I'm excited to see how this world expands. And then, oh yeah, we get rid of all the competent people, and now we're gonna expand anyway. And turns out,
yeah.
Ooh.
New political vision quests.
Let me weave you a verse. Game's up. Fun's over.
Face the reality of your worldview as your political compass leads you down new paths. Discover more citizens, whole extra area, monumental sites. Political vision quests. Okay.
I'm not sure what that means, but I did find the like political exploration of that game to be sort of weird and funny. How there seemed to be, oh yeah, like wasn't moralists an actual political leaning in that game? I think that was supposed to be the liberals, but they were just called moralists. Oh no, it's like it was made by Jordan Peterson. Up yours, woke moralists.
Fucking moralists. Fuck 'em.
Oh god, that is a comedic genius and doesn't even know it.
Witness the power of go. Here comes the catch.
It's crazy. Oh shit like that, and it's like, wow, I love this game, and I love it, it's amazing. It's like, shut down, fucking destroyed.
Dude, this is like the exact sort of pattern that me and my family have noticed. Whenever we like something, it just disappears.
Yeah.
But it's like we've discovered like, oh, this is like there's this food that we really like and everybody seems to like it, and that just randomly disappears. And we're like, how the fuck? It's like it's constantly like bought out. You can hardly find it at the store. People are like fucking fighting over each other and like standing in lines in order to get it. And it's like people they just stop selling it. I'm like, really? Wouldn't just raise the price a little, get a little bit more money? Clearly people want it. Like, what the fuck is happening? It's like there's a shadow cabal that's there just to fuck with me. Like, this reminds me of the fucking Louis C.K. stand-up skit where like he keeps expanding shit-ass pet fucker stores surrounding every Starbucks with like four shit-ass pet fuckers just to fuck with people, so just so we can say it's like we're just keep expanding. We're doing great. Like, of course people want this. It's like the opposite of that, where it's like we see everybody wants it and it just stops selling just to fuck with me. Is what it feels like. Who is making these financial decisions? Jesus Christ.
Incompetence.
But like that's like a pattern that, I mean, it could also be like confirmation bias. Like there's probably plenty of shit that other people like that we don't, that also disappears every day. But
yeah,
like how me, my mother, and my dad, and some of my other friends notice that shit is just funny. Like, either we're horribly wrong or those are some horribly incompetent businessmen. Like, it can't be both. It has to be one or the other.
Yeah, fucking bullshit. Who knows?
I think it's time for bed. Say goodnight to the stream. Yeah. Bye, everybody. 4 fucking hours. This has been good.
Fuck you, stream. Fuck you, viewers.
Average view duration, not a number.
It's like a letter.